in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you, because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. Game 2 of the series with Maryland, joined now by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, a thought on the roller coaster game yesterday?
You know, I really felt like our guys come out ready to play. They played hard, played really well defensively. Jumped on Savakul, executed our plan perfectly in the first inning. Took a lead. Gave Brody some runs to work with right away. Brody gave us a fantastic start. Through 4 innings. Ran into a little trouble in the fifth, and we let him scratch back in with 3. And I guess the story for me yesterday was what Savakul did for Maryland. A lot of guys would have been out after the first inning, 38 pitch first inning. And then he goes out and toughs out, some more innings, and they didn't have to go to the pen. And really, that was the story and the difference in that game, how it ended up playing out. And so kudos to him. I didn't feel like we threw at-bats away in the second, third, fourth, fifth against Savakul. I felt like, we were still dialed in. We had a couple opportunities to break the game open. Maryland made game-winning plays, run-saving plays. You talk about good defense, and steady defense is important, but championship teams make plays that save runs. And their center fielder robbing the home run, that's 2 runs there. Raider Tello hits a ball like 110 miles an hour, and the first baseman makes a great play on a really hard hit ball that would have scored 2. And those 2, if they don't make those 2 plays, that game changes dramatically. Still, we had an opportunity, to win the game in kind of a slugfest. Jared Simpson didn't have it yesterday for the second week in a row, and that definitely hurt. I mean, we had that one. If Jared could have came in and been the guy he was, the first 3 or 4 times he went out there, that game's over. And for whatever reason, we're trying to get it figured out. Jared didn't have his good stuff. He didn't have his location, and you just can't give up that many barrels with 2 strikes. Especially we gave up 5 runs, 2 home runs, a grand slam. One of them on 0-2 pitches that just missed really bad. And obviously when you lose them like that, that's a tough way to go when you felt like you had it on a Friday night. And then same thing happened with Jacob Henderson. Jacob hadn't given up runs all season, and then gives up a couple home runs. But they're, like we talked before the game, they're a very good hitting team, and the top 5 hitters are as good as we're going to see all year long.
It didn't really feel like the team did anything wrong yesterday, Coach. Just 2 really good teams going at it, and they happened to win it, right?
Well, we just got beat, and what went wrong is we didn't pitch well enough, and that's the thing that you look at, that you feel like we're capable, and we didn't play up to the standards that we're used to or what we expect, and you just got beat.
Is it becoming a little bit of a concern, maybe the bullpen once you get through the starters at this point? Yeah,
we got a lot of wild cards out there right now, and like we talked even before Illinois State, it's not really where you want to be heading into league play, but you just got to fight through it, find a way. Hopefully some other guys will step up, and hopefully the guys that are struggling a little bit can get back on track. And I know they're working hard during the week and at practice. And I just gotta believe in them and that they'll come back around.
Guys doing all right mentally, morale still high, everything good in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we talked about in the locker room last night. It was like, hey, there's so many positives tonight. I mean, offensively, defensively, Brody's start. We just got in a situation where on a day that the wind was really blowing out, they got some balls up and we made some really bad pitches and in spots that were going to hurt us. And then, like you and I talked before the game yesterday, it wasn't necessarily the home runs, but it was the free bases prior to the home runs. And we had, I think, 10 free bases on the mound yesterday. And on a Friday night, you're going to lose. I mean, if you give up 10 free bases on a Friday night, more than likely you're going to lose. And usually if you score 9 runs, you're going to win. But not yesterday because of the way we pitched and the free bases.
Joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show. Today we'll go with Keaton Anthony. He'll get the start for us.
Yeah, Keaton. It was a tough decision on what to do today. We're kind of in a little bit of a quandary on who to start on Saturday. Marcus was starting on Saturday, and then was having some issues and blow-up innings, and made it really difficult to run him back out there. We'll see how this goes today. We're going to try to piece this one together. I mean, ideally, if we can get 3 out of Keaton, that would be tremendous. And then we're just going to play it by ear from there on how the game's going and kind of how the wind is affecting things. It's going to be quite a different day today than it was yesterday. I mean, a 40-degree temperature drop and wind chills in the mid to high 30s is all we're going to get today. And man, I was out there hitting ground balls to the infielders about a half hour ago, and I mean, it's blowing so hard right now that it's actually moving the ground balls. I mean, you don't see it like that very often, and it's pretty much straight in from left. I do think the balls will carry from right center field over toward the foul pole with the northwest wind. Move the game back an hour, hoping to get more sunshine and a little warmer temps, and hopefully the wind will die down a little, but it's going to be pretty steady breeze blowing in our face, and that means that you got to do a great job of finding ways to get on base and taking advantage of those opportunities when you do.
And that's typically what your team's good at. So do you view that as a bit of an advantage today compared to yesterday, especially?
Well, I do. I feel like it could be an advantage if our mindset is right and our approach is right, and have every reason to believe it will after yesterday's performance by our offense. And we're facing an older guy who's been through the Big Ten and kind of knows how to navigate things pretty well. He's one of those right-handed pitchers that his splits are reversed. Righties hit him better than lefties, which is you don't always see that. Sometimes you see that with lefties, but you don't see it a lot with righties. And so we're hoping that we can grind him out. And they had to use their bullpen, even though Savakul gave him some key innings. They didn't have to go as deep as we would have liked, but they did have to go pretty deep into the pen and with their better guys. And it would be awesome if we could get into their pen early. I feel like the depth of our pitching staff is better than theirs, and that's where we have maybe an advantage today also, if the guys we bring in after Keaton can pound the strike zone and make the Maryland hitters swing.
I feel like this is maybe the most important game of the series because it gives you a chance to be on the right path to win the series still if you take game 2 today, Coach.
Yeah, no question, and that's what you try to do. You bounce back if you happen to lose like we did yesterday. You still have a chance to win the series if you go out and play well today, and I that's the hope. We go out and play a really great game today and put it all together on the mound, on defense and at the plate, and then head into Sunday and feel really good about Ty Langenberg on the mound for us.
A couple of keys to victory today, Coach, to get back on track.
Well, one's a good start from Keaton and hopefully getting at least 3 innings out of him, and then us as a coaching staff kind of picking the right guys to come in after him, and those guys that we choose to go to, eliminating the free bases and making Maryland swing it, because today's going to be a different day. If you can locate your fastball and get them to hit it where you want them to today, you're going to have a lot of success. It's a great day to pitch today, and that's the message to the pitchers. Let's attack. Let's get after them. Let's be aggressive and let us dictate what's going to happen in this game on the mound. And So that would be probably the biggest key of all, and then it'd be us continuing to go up there and not chase and make that pitcher throw it over the white like they did yesterday. They did an awesome job with that, got his pitch count up, and scored runs early. And that's going to be, like you said, it's going to be possibly an advantage for us, because this is a wind that we play in a lot of days, and our guys kind of know what pitches to look for out over the plate to take advantage of the right center gap and balls in right field that will actually carry. And so we're flipping the lineup a little bit today too. We're going to make a fairly big adjustment there. We're going to move Hucksdorf up to the leadoff spot, and Keaton Anthony into the 2-hole, and Derigi in the 3-hole with them. That's a move that we've been talking about, flipping back and forth based on matchups. And today, with this guy being a little bit better against lefties, we'll keep Derigi in the 3 spot, and then the same guys down to Honar with Tello, Peterson, Honar, and then we're gonna put Cade Moss in the 7 spot, and then Ben Wilmus in the 8, and then move Michael down into the 9 spot, and hopefully get Michael going a little bit.
Well, I look forward to seeing how that change takes place and benefits the team. Coach, let's win the day and take down the Terps.
All right, thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Dwayne Banks. We're moments away from first pitch, game 2 of the series, Iowa and Maryland, coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Dwayne Banks Field in Iowa City. A bit of a change of scenery today. It's a little bit different than it was yesterday. It was stormy and warm yesterday. Today it's cooler and windy. John Evans, welcome to the broadcast. Good to see you again.
We have had the funniest variety of weather, and it's not been series to series. It's day to day. Nearly every series has had this. One day is this way, the next day is the following day, and the last day to wrap it up is different than the first two. And boy, we are experiencing that in spades with very much a hitter's day yesterday, and what will start and feel like a pitcher's day today.
Yeah. Well, we're thinking of anybody that was affected by the severe weather and tornadoes that came through eastern Iowa yesterday. Hopefully, if you're listening, didn't sustain any damage, but if you did, we're thinking of you and hope things turn out okay in the long run. Iowa and Maryland, game 2 of the series. Got to have it today, John.
Definitely a must-win. I suppose that might be a little extreme, but
to win the series, you got to have it.
Yeah, exactly. To win the series, you need it. We've talked a little bit about the importance of this series. We'll talk more about it tomorrow, kind of in the pregame too. But just kind of where this goes for RPI, for kind of the wrap up that way. It's very important to get on the board today.
Well, you feel that Maryland might be the best team you see the rest of the way and until you get to postseason. Hopefully you do get to postseason, but the Terps could be the best team that we see. Maybe Indiana next weekend too, but after that you won't see, probably, unless somebody emerges from the Big Ten, you probably won't see a team as tough as these Terps.
Certainly your preseason would lead you to believe that. Ohio State, Michigan State both have some big wins, but Nebraska is a team that has tons of talent on it, but based on preseason rankings, based on preseason RPI, Maryland they were it, and they were the team that qualified for an at-large last year. So they didn't need to win the Big Ten tournament like Michigan did to get in. So they're kind of the team you need to measure yourself up against in conference right now, and this will be Iowa's chance to rebound with that.
Well, on the wake of Iowa losing yesterday, we'll get to the starting lineups in just a minute, but a little bit of an overhaul in the Hawkeye batting order, it appears, with a change that looks significant but not too much. Michael Seegers won't be leading off today. In fact, he'll be batting in the 9 spot. Do you think that's a reaction to how the last couple of games have gone, or just trying something new?
Probably a little of both. At some point, Iowa still has every starter in today's lineups hitting 260 or more. Michael Seegers is hitting 271. Probably a series and a half ago, 2 series ago, Michael was hitting over 300, and so take some pressure off him. He's so important defensively. We've talked a lot on the broadcast about the quality of at-bats he tends to have. Just maybe shake it up a little, take some pressure off him. Huck's done a great job in the 2-hole, so you move him up and let him take a new swing at it. I think it's. But the rest of the order is all in the same order. So you just took 1 and you moved him down to 9. So other than to start the game, it's the same order. And so just shake it up a little and put some new scenery on there.
Keaton Anthony will get the start pitching for Iowa today. You don't want to say it's a bullpen game, but it's going to be a few different pieces in there today. You heard from Coach Heller moments ago, expecting maybe 3 or 4 out of Keaton and then turn it over to the bullpen.
They haven't asked Keaton to go 6 or 7 yet, so just based on that history, you kind of got to figure, hey, let's get 3 or 4. I would guess hand the ball over to Zach Volker, then maybe try to get the remaining 4 or 5, in the event of that, then Will Christopherson can come in and finish, or Luke Llewellyn. You got a couple options there.
On the Maryland side of things, we'll see Nick Dean. He'll do the pitching today for the Terps. We'll get to his stats in a little bit, but he's appeared in 6 games, and he's given up the most runs on the team, so maybe Iowa licking their chops offensively today.
Maybe, but if you're Maryland, this might be the perfect day to have him come pitch, too. You've got a pretty heavy wind blowing from left to right, not exactly blowing out, but maybe it helps a touch to right, but for the most part, it'll be a pitcher's day, so it might be the perfect day for Maryland to get him back into a groove.
Starting lineups being announced right now. The middle game of the series between Iowa and Maryland. We'll play the Terps tomorrow. It was scheduled for 1 o'clock, but it's moved to noon now. So Iowa and Maryland tomorrow at noon on Sunday, and that'll hopefully have a quick game. And then,
as far as I'm concerned, we should move that to about 10 o'clock so that we can just head on over to the watch party over at Carver. Or, if assuming my wife hasn't reconsidered my offer, I may not be here tomorrow when I get home. If she says yes, let's go to Dallas.
Well, I think we talked about a flight being added from Cedar Rapids to Dallas to cheer on the women's basketball team in the national championship tomorrow. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. All right, starting lineups, batting order coming up right after this. We'll step aside for the national anthem. Listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Ah, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, national anthem is complete in Iowa City. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Pausing 10 seconds for station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, game 2 of the series, Maryland and Iowa. Got to have it if you want to win the conference opening series after losing to Maryland yesterday 10-9 in a back-and-forth game with the Terps. Let's go over the starting lineups today. We'll start with Maryland. Their batting order looks like this. Luke Schliger leads things off. He's their catcher. Nick LaRussa bats second. Batting third is Matt Shaw. Matt Woods is in the cleanup spot, batting fourth. Kevin Keister will bat fifth. Bobby Zamarzlak, he's their designated hitter in the sixth spot. 7, 8, 9, Eddie Hakopian, Jacob Orr, and Elijah Lambros. Defensively for the Hawkeyes on the infield, Brennan Durigge at first, Sam Honar at second. Michael Seegers is the starting shortstop today. Raider Tello at the hot corner at third. In the outfield from left to right, Peterson, Hucksdorf, and Wilmus. Doing the catching today is Cade Moss, and on the mound getting the start is Keaton Anthony. The statistics on Keaton.
Before I get to that, Zamarzlak, very nicely done on that.
Got it. Nailed it the first time.
That was very well done. Keaton Anthony, 2-0 on the season, 3.38 ERA, be making his fourth start, seventh appearance. He actually made the midweek start over in Normal. 16 innings pitched, 14 hits, 7 runs, 6 earned, 6 walks, 11 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .233, good fastball, good changeup. Have to try to keep him off balance, see if he can be efficient. You know, challenge hitters, you've got a pitcher-friendly wind. See if they can get him into the fourth inning, maybe extend him a little bit more than what he's thrown so far this season. But that'll kind of be the key for the Hawkeyes. You know, we talked a lot yesterday about Savakul and you know, how important it was for him to lengthen his outing, to not use up the bullpen. Kind of same thing today for Keaton, to get as deep as he can and make sure Iowa can be intentional about their bullpen use.
Maryland wearing gray uniforms today, both tops and bottoms. Maryland spelled out in red across their chest. Red numbers on the backside with gold trim, red stripe down the side of their baseball pants. Red batting helmets for Maryland as they step into the box. The Hawkeyes in home black tops with Iowa spelled out in block gold across the chest. White baseball pants with a black and gold stripe down the side. The Hawkeyes are wearing their green baseball caps with a gold block eye on the front panel in support of the Green Bandana Project, a student-led program designed to spread awareness of resources for those struggling with mental health issues. It is a Go Green Day for mental health awareness. As first pitch to Luke Schliger, misses outside from Keaton Anthony. Schliger, a left-handed hitter for the Terps. The 1-0 from Anthony is in there for a strike. 1-1. Umpires today, behind the plate is Andrew Fulton. Down the first base line, Michael Matsarisi. At second base, Mark Hutchinson, and down the line at third is Daniel Jimenez. Count is 2-1. Anthony just missing low on that one.
I like the old school jacket on the umpire today.
Yeah, like a suit coat kind of deal. 2-1 is low and in, ball 3.
If you gave him one of those heart-shaped chest protectors, I think it'd be the only thing he could really get back.
One of those where he has to hold it himself.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Complete old school look to it. Hold it right up in front of his own chin.
Yeah. 3 balls and a strike. Anthony out of the windup. The pitch. That is a called strike on the outside corner. Counts full. Schliger did not like that one.
Kind of wanted to see him chuck the bat to see how the pitch count clock worked on that one.
Yeah. Illinois State, they were quick to start that clock. The 3-2 from Anthony. Lifted in the air to right. Wilmus is going back near the track. He's at the wall now, and it is gone. It's a home run. The ball carried and carried and carried. Looked routine to right, but the wind let it go. Maryland leads 1-0.
Trackman's got that at 329, if that tells you what what happened there. I wonder if Sliggers is mad now that he didn't get the walk. That was a pretty good pitch. Keaton had a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, lower inside part of the plate. Good piece of hitting there from Sligger. Went down, golfed it out. Again, just took advantage of the wind, which Maryland has been exceptional at so far.
Well, that's one way to start the game. Leadoff home run from Maryland. Here's Nick LaRusso, third baseman, right-handed hitter. We heard about it with Coach McGrath and Coach Heller in the pregame that the ball would carry out of here to right. Everywhere else, forget about it. It'd be blowing in. And he hit that in exactly where it needed to go to carry out, didn't he?
And just far enough, you could kind of tell Wilmus didn't have a complete beat on catching it, that he was still tracking back. Ooh.
Anthony's missed on the first 3 to LaRusso now.
Neither side particularly happy with the home plate umpire so far, but I haven't really seen anything that bad yet.
Yep, just a few pitches in, but counts 3-1 after Anthony gets one over.
Sligger was mad and Keaton's mad, and I'm not sure either one of them have a right to be mad right yet.
Here's a 3-1 hit foul to the right side towards the indoor track. Counts full.
And we talked a little bit about this yesterday, too, with Brody and how important it was, but just a quick track here of full count to batter number 1 and full count now to batter number 2. And pretty quick way to run up your pitch count.
3-2, chopped right back up the middle. That's a base hit into center for LaRusso. And the Terps, through 2 at-bats, have 2 hits. They lead 1-0.
Another good piece of hitting there, too. Just good pitch, low and outside. Caught just the bottom corner of the strike zone, and just to stay kind of in the at-bat, threw his hands at it, and just sent a bouncing ball right back up the middle. And, of course, nobody's home there if the pitcher can't make the play.
Right. Here's Matt Shaw, dangerous hitter. Had a really nice day yesterday. First pitch from Anthony in on the hands, ball 1. Yesterday, Shaw was 4 for 4 with 6 RBIs. Hit that grand slam over there towards Carver that gave Maryland the lead in the late innings. 1-0 pitch from Anthony. Good swing, fouled back, 1-1.
$273 glass replacement bill for what he did over there, whatever he broke over in Carver for hitting it.
He'd have to really get a hold of one today to send it out to left center at least.
He's got a better chance of hitting the dental building today than he's got to hit in Carver.
1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch from Anthony. Fouled back to the pad. 1-2. Good pitch there from Keaton.
Yeah, good breaking ball. Elevated it up just a little bit. Got it over, but missed on the outside part of the plate. So Shaw just barely able to get a piece of it. Now you want to see Keaton be able to go finish the at-bat. Shaw hit the 0-2 grand slam yesterday.
That was the theme of the game on Friday. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch from Anthony. Hit him. Up and in. Got him. Left shoulder. And now with 2 strikes, hit Shaw, and so he's on first.
Yeah, the 4 home runs yesterday were, all 4 home runs were with 2 strikes. And Coach McGrath will go ahead and take a walk out and chat with Keaton.
Well, we've talked about it a number of times from the offensive side of things, how dangerous Iowa is with 2 strikes and 2 outs. And now it's kind of been the opposite, at least in this series, that teams are starting to hurt us with 2 strikes. And that was the case yesterday. And now Shaw down in the count 1-2 and plunk him.
Yeah, Brody did a nice job. Obviously, 13 strikeouts, career high in punch-outs, and obviously that's probably the most ideal way to finish off at bats. But after Brody left, and even in the 5th inning when Brody gave up a couple runs there in the 5th, he was having a little bit harder time finishing the at bat. Maryland really, I don't know whether they changed approach a little bit. But they really did a nice job just putting bat on ball and kind of limiting the strikeouts. And once they started rolling balls through, one of those days where the shift is always just kind of a step or 2 off, and then a couple of really hard hit balls finished it off.
Maryland leads 1-0, top of the first. Runners on first and second. Here's Matt Woods. The throw, the pitch is outside. They'll throw it to second. Just off the mark. Tried to get LaRusso as he got a big lead. As Woods was trying to bunt that, move the runners over with nobody out in the inning. Some activity starting in the Iowa bullpen already. Zach Volker getting loose. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch to Woods. He squares the bunt and fouls it down the third baseline. Almost hit him. I think it was almost self-defense mode right there.
That was a heck of a bunt there. That ball was fairly close to being a fair ball on a ball that once he squared around probably would have hit him on the inside thigh. That was pretty good athletic effort to get a lot of bat on that ball.
Corners are in for the Hawkeyes, but in bunt coverage, Tello has to stay over there at third. The 1-1 is high and outside, ball 2. Just got to have Keaton throw a strike here because Woods is trying to give himself up and advance the runners. Don't want to walk him and load the bases.
And, you know, Iowa hasn't, they've struggled on bunt coverage a little bit here and there, so probably a good play here if you're Maryland.
Here is a bunt right back to Anthony. He'll pick it up, throw it to first. It's in the dirt. DeRiggi scoops it. Out number 1.
Keaton's got a great changeup. You don't want to see him throw it over to first, though.
So Woods will advance the runners on the sac bunt. And now the 5-hitter Keister comes up with 1 out in the inning. Runners on second and third. Maryland already leading 1-0 thanks to the solo home run to lead off the game from Luke Schliger.
Now your next 2 hitters here, high walk guys, but not huge high average guys. So you're going to have to attack the plate.
Anthony starts with a ball outside with a breaking ball, just missed. And Keister, the right-handed hitter, laid off.
Keister slugging under 400, so not really a...
And hit him up and in. That one got him just above the ribs. That would not feel good today. Bases are loaded for the Terps. I know you were saying something about the slugging, John, but we give him a free base.
Yeah, that's I mean, and Coach Heller talked about it in pregame. You know, this is okay, fine. The home run, you live with it. It's maybe a conditioned home run, single up the middle, but now walk and actually hit by pitch and hit by pitch. So just a little less than ideal right now if you're Iowa, kind of the way that yesterday finished.
Somebody's got to take control in this pitching staff and say that Saturday starts mine.
And that's an interesting point as well. You know, you're what are we 6 weekends in, and you know, it's been kind of a little bit of a revolving door of a start. You know, Marcus had it the first 3 weekends, and actually Marcus didn't have it the first 3 weekends. Ty had Friday and Brody had Saturday, so it's been all over the place.
Here's Bobby Zamarzlak, their designated hitter. He's a tall right-handed hitter. First pitch from Anthony's outside. Did not see Zamarzlak yesterday. He's a .250 hitter. Got a couple of home runs. He's got the bases loaded and 1 out. Anthony fires a strike in the inside corner, 1-1.
Good breaking ball there. Again, just as I was saying on the last hitter, Zamarzlak doesn't have tons and tons of power, a few more extra base hits than Keister, but really likes to walk. You're going to have to attack the plate.
Here's one grounded back to Anthony. It's like a swinging bunt. He tries to go home with it, and he's safe at home. Did not get an out anywhere. And Maryland leads 2-0. Swinging bunt.
I don't know if Keaton had a play at first, but he didn't have a play at home, and wasn't able to, part of it, he falls off the mound toward first base, and that ball just seemed to hit into the turf right in front of the plate and just stick as he fought off that inside pitch.
The Terps in business, leading 2-0, bases loaded. Here's a bunt down the third baseline. This is well foul. 1 out in the inning. This is kind of how the game started yesterday, only for Iowa, to put up a few runs in the first.
Does that mean it's a good thing?
I'm trying to frame it that way, that it'll wake up the Hawks a little bit.
I like the way you're thinking. I like where you're at.
It's early.
Head's in a good spot.
The 0-1. Line drive right to Tello. He caught it. Won't be able to double up anybody, but a good job over there at third by Rader to make the catch. 2 down.
Interesting ball there. I don't think that quite had full barrel, but enough contact. Tello was able to make it over there, get the grab, and get an out. Let's see if Keaton can limit the damage right here.
Out of the windup, here's Jacob Orr. First pitch from Anthony. Called strike, low and outside corner. Good start for Keaton. We talked with Coach Heller earlier. He said that the championship types of teams, they get run-saving outs. Hawks need to get one right here. 2 down in the inning. Bases loaded. 0-1 from Anthony. That's low and away. Blocked by Moss, and it didn't get too far away from him. It'll keep that runner over there at third.
That is a run-saving play right there. You want to talk about the run-saving out, but that was not a good pitch as Keaton bounced that quite a ways in front of home plate and outside, and Cade not only kept it in front, but really corralled well.
1-1 in the air to right. Wilmus going back towards the track. He's angling towards the line, and he caught it. I thought for a minute it was carrying out.
After watching that first ball of the game carry out there, you just never knew.
All right, Wilmus makes the catch. The Terps will leave them loaded. They do score 2, however, and the Hawks will have to answer. Try to, at least in the bottom of the first. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
Well, the Hawks have some work to do in the bottom of the first, trailing Maryland 2-0. Well, the starting lineup batting order for the Hawkeyes today, a little bit different. Kyle Huckstorf will lead things off, followed by Keaton Anthony and Brennan DeRiggi. Rader Tello is in the cleanup spot today. Sam Peterson will bat 5th. Sam Honar will bat 6th. 7, 8, 9. Cade Moss, Ben Wilmus, Michael Seegers to the bottom of the order. I don't think that's a punishment for Seegers, just trying something a little bit new for the Hawkeyes today. They'll face off against a tall right-handed pitcher from Maryland, Nick Dean.
Dean's 7th start of the season. He's 1-1 on the year, a 6.99 ERA, 28 1/3 innings, 35 hits, 23 runs, 22 of those are earned, 13 walks, 30 strikeouts, but opponents do hit .302 against him. Fastball is going to be right around 90, just a little over probably. Good changeup, curveball, slider, the whole mix for a starter. Did have 15 starts last year. ERA was just over 4.5, so obviously has a good arm, has a good way to get it done. So Iowa's going to have to be on point again, has some good at bats to get right back in this game.
Iowa's offense has been reliable. I can really feel like we can trust the Hawkeye offense for a majority of the season. So trailing 2-0 in the bottom of the first. First pitch to Huckstorf, high and outside for a ball. Looked good from up here, but Kyle lays off ball 1.
Yeah, again, college umpires don't like to call that letter high strike very often. Kyle took advantage of that.
Swinging at the next pitch, fouling it off straight back, and it's 1-1.
And then he swung at the same pitch.
He thought he probably couldn't get away with it twice, huh? I don't know. Test it. Let's see.
Say 2-0's better.
1-1. Huckstorf in the air to left. Wind blowing in, and so the left fielder Orr will camp under it. Looking straight up into the sky. He's got it. 1 out.
Yeah, I mean, that ball has exit velo of 100, but headed that direction today isn't going to do you any good. And kind of the difference in the two leadoff hitters' ball is left field and right field. And one gets gobbled up and is pretty easily caught, and one just seems to find its way to drift over the wall.
Keaton Anthony batting in the 2 spot today. First pitch outside corner for a strike. Keaton will shake his head. Did not like that one.
If you're the batter and you are also the pitcher, you just look back and say, just make sure I get that one.
Yep. 0-1 to Anthony. That's in the dirt. Won't swing at that one. It's 1-1. Anthony had a grand slam yesterday. Got things started for Iowa in the first. 1-1 pitch, in on the hands. Ball 2. See if we can give Maryland a taste of their own medicine, get some free bases, find a way on here.
Be a good start. Again, and we talked a little bit yesterday as we kept reading stats of new pitchers. They don't walk a ton of guys as Keaton swings and misses that one. They've tended to have good control and been around the plate, and so it's a matter of forcing them into a place where you're comfortable and feel like you have an advantage.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Dean is ready. The wind up the pitch to Anthony. That's well outside, ball 3. And there's a tricky sort of element, too, that when you see pitchers that are out of the zone a lot or don't have a lot of velocity, it actually can make it harder to hit. 3-2 to Anthony. That's low and outside, ball 4, right on the corner, but missed. And so Keaton is on. There's a free base right there.
Good frame job there from Slinger, but the ball missed. And to your desire, you got the first free base. Now see if Iowa can add to it and add to the punishment.
Here's Brennan DeRiggi. He's got the best average on the team at .375. 10 extra base hits. First pitch to DeRiggi. That's outside for a ball. How about Brennan pulls one down the line and right?
I'd love that, but nobody really comes inside to Brennan. Everybody works that outer half of the plate and a lot of off-speed stuff. Tough to really pull that hard. It's certainly hard to pull it in the air as that one misses up and away.
I think every single pitcher this season has had an emphasis on going outside to DeRiggi. And they know that he's dangerous if you try to come inside. He'll barrel it up. But
clearly there's a scouting report out there.
No doubt about that. Counts 2-1 as that one's at the knees. It's funny to pick up on those trends, isn't it? Every single team has gone outside to Brennan.
And he doesn't, and I mean, maybe that's part of it. He doesn't particularly crowd the plate, slightly open stance, think you can get it past him out there, but he's done a really nice job covering it out there.
2 balls and a strike. That's in the dirt, ball 3. Something else to note, Dean's taken his time on the mound. He's got to be getting close to that 20-second mark.
Yeah, I've never, short of having the clock there, I don't know exactly when the third base umpire starts the clock, but I mean, obviously it's running right now, but I'm not sure when the clock gets rolling.
3-1. Brennan lays off this one. Ooh, and it's a called strike below the knees. Brennan had dropped his bat, head down to first. Better get back in the box, otherwise you get called out like Kyle Huckstorf did at Illinois State. That one's going to sit with me for a while, John.
Well, it was a good thing he didn't have, he'd started to peel off his shin guard, and he didn't get to that part of the adventure.
And he swings and misses at the 3-2. Had to swing at it because it was just called a strike, wasn't it? That one was low.
Well, and that pitch was low, but it was better than the one before, and so absolutely had to swing at it after the umpire has called the ball out of the strike zone on the pitch before.
Well, Raider Tello try to keep the inning going for the Hawks. The runner on first and 2 outs. Iowa trailing 2-0. First pitch to Raider. Breaking ball. He hung it, called a ball, ended up dropping low. That thing started high.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And now, hold on a minute. The home plate umpire and the Maryland coach
just
having a discussion. And the home plate umpire's whipped out his book.
I don't know if we have a warning or if we have an ejection. He didn't take long. He run.
They said that, hey, the home plate umpire said, hey, that ball dropped low. It was low, and he was giving it right back to the coaches.
I think and both teams have been a little itchy here in the early going. And we've seen Iowa do it a little bit. We've heard Coach Heller and
there's a 1-0, and that one low again, ball 2.
when we can see it. That ball, at least based on the track, that ball is low. He got to call the one before, and so I don't know. I think both teams, and now I think that's your argument now. If you're Maryland, that's the same pitch he just threw that you called the ball.
Yeah, it's 2-1 now. He's just really pounding the low part.
So it's low, but just be consistent is all you're asking for.
2 balls and a strike. Pitch to Tello. Swing and a miss. Hey, chase that one low. 2-2. Dean's going downstairs the whole time here.
Yeah, and especially generally speaking, you get the wind blowing out. You certainly want to do that, but even a day like today, kind of get it pounded into the ground and let your defense help you out.
Here's the 2-2 to Tello. That's low and outside. Check swing. Appeal down to first. Did not go. Count is full. Sam Peterson is on deck.
But yeah, from an Iowa perspective, you do better when you just put your head down and go get it done.
Right. Here's the 3-2. Line drive right field. This will get out of play. Foul ball. We'll do it again.
You want to. I get the you're the Maryland dugout. I get the irritation with some perceived inconsistency at this point, but I'd also argue it's the bottom of the first inning. We haven't seen that many pitches to be worried too much about it.
3-2. Tello fouls it off once again. Good battle here from Tello. He hit a home run yesterday. Light tower power out to left center. Knocked it off the light pole out there. But in this situation, well, hey, 2 strikes, anything can happen. Maryland hit 4 home runs with 2 strikes the other day. 3-2, Tello, chopper up the middle, shortstop charging hard, throw on the run in time to get Tello over there at first. So the Hawks get a base runner but cannot score. Maryland 2, Iowa nothing. We head to the second. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Dwayne Banks Field. Maryland leading Iowa 2-0 in the second inning. The Hawks go into the bullpen already. We'll go with Zach Volker.
Hawks make a quick move to Volker. 7th appearance on the season. He is 3-0, 5.01 ERA, has a save as well. 23 1/3 innings, giving up 13 runs, 19 hits, 8 walks, and 21 strikeouts. Probably Iowa's I guess you'd probably call him Iowa's best control pitcher, which is kind of nice, but still brings it up in kind of that mid-90s. So good action, good velocity, but keeps it on the plate, which again, as we've talked about today, limiting those free bases. Unfortunately, the free bases didn't really hurt Keaton that first inning, but it extended that inning a long time and made it where he really then was able to only get through one.
Volker, one of those pitchers, a bullpen guy to this point, a relief guy to this point, but could maybe see himself in the rotation at some point. He's probably one of the guys that hasn't gotten that shot quite yet.
His career's been as a starter, so
First pitch swinging is Lambros, shooting it into shallow right. It's going to get down for a base hit. In front of Wilmus, behind Honar.
I don't think Wilmus saw it. Didn't get a very good jump on it. Just kind of froze him a little bit. And I get where you might have a little PTSD after seeing some of the balls drift out that way, but I'm just not sure he saw it come off the bat. The ball kind of drifted out there, and 67-mile-an-hour exit velocity wasn't really humming, and so just loops in there.
Third hit of the game for Maryland. Top of the order already with Schliger. First pitch from Volker is a strike. Nice one to start things off with a breaking ball.
Lambros not really a base stealer, just 1 for 2 on the season.
Here's one fouled out of play to the left side. Yeah, keep him over there, maybe get...
4 guys in a row now here for the top of the Maryland lineup. We talked about it yesterday. All conference this, all conference that, all hit over 300, so really need to buckle in here.
Yeah. Top of the order, we've talked about it a little bit yesterday, but the first 5 guys really problematic. They already have been in the first inning today, too.
Yeah, and experience, junior, senior, junior, senior, junior. You don't see a ton of that.
Good pitch from Volker just outside for a ball. 1-2. Schliger hit that solo home run to lead off the game. Maryland would add later. Again outside from the Hawkeye right-hander. 2-2, so he's kind of stretched the zone over there to the outside part of the plate. Got to bring it back in here. Don't want to lose him. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out in the second. Iowa trailing 2-0.
See if he comes back with that back foot curveball here, slider.
Here's the pitch from Volker. There was the slider, but it was too far outside. Counts now full.
Schliger really gets in, sets right up on that inside part of the left-handed batter's box, really crowds the plate. Makes it hard to attack him inside.
Yeah. Volker's ready with the 3-2. Here it comes. Into center. Hucksdorf running back in front of the track. He'll reach up, and he's got it. Out number 1. Man, Schliger's really on it today. Couldn't get it out of the ballpark, but gave that one a ride.
Funny enough, he actually hit that ball better than he hit the home run ball. Just, blowing that one kind of up into the wind. It just tracked it. Hucksdorf's able to get it. Otherwise, that, yesterday that ball probably goes over the batter's eye. If not, puts a little dent in it.
1 down in the Maryland second. First pitch from Volker to LaRusso is inside for a ball. Coach McGrath stepped out of the dugout just to be sure that that pitch missed where he thought, and it was inside. The 1-0 from Volker, that's high and away, ball 2. LaRusso singled and scored in the first.
The Hawk pitchers, when they're smooth, they're around the strike zone. I think Zach's even laboring just a little bit here. Good pitch there, though. Ooh.
That one just up and in. Went with the breaking ball, and the fans are going to get on this umpire here eventually.
The first 2 pitches clearly missed. That one, that's that high strike you don't see called.
3-0 from Volker, right down the middle. There you go, 3-1.
That's at this point, it's the only safe place to pitch one, I think.
So you talk about the advantages that the pitchers have today, with the weather being the way it is. Challenging them to throw certain strikes, huh?
We can minimize it by squeezing the zone a little bit, I suppose.
I guess so.
Make it more of a hitter's game that way.
3 balls, 2 strikes after LaRusso fouls that one back. Good effort by Volker to get back in this count. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Runner on first for Maryland. Top 2, they're up 2-0. Volker's ready. The pitch drilled to left center. This is trouble. Peterson goes back. It'll 1-hop off the wall. Peterson's got it, throwing it in. Runners on second and third now for Maryland with 1 out.
90-mile-an-hour fastball up in the zone, and boy, he went up and just followed it along and pounded it. 111 exit velocity. Good news being that was into that 15 or 20 mile an hour wind, and actually for a little split second I thought maybe Petey'd have a chance to run it down.
He almost caught up to it. He did.
I think if he hits that ball a little higher, wind knocks it down a little bit more, and Petey's able to get there.
Volker out of the windup to Shaw. First pitch swinging and missing. Good start from Zach with a breaking ball. In the pressure situation here, Maryland already leading 2-0 in the second, and they've got 2 in scoring position with 1 out. Got to be fundamentally sound defensively. Here's the 0-1 from Volker. That's low and in, ball 1.
Hawks have not been able to get Shaw out all series, so need to buck a pretty impressive trend right now to stay out of this mess and from making it any deeper.
Slider just off the plate away. 2-1. Volker's got a really nice opportunity for him if he can get out of this jam. Moss setting up outside. 2-1 pitch, popped up to right. High fly ball. Wilmus is angling towards the line. He reaches up over his head and he's got it. This will tag and score for Maryland, though, and they lead 3-0 on the deep sac fly from Shaw.
Yeah, that's one I don't know. You know, I suppose maybe if it's a team 7, 8, 9 hitter, you go ahead and maybe consider letting that ball fall foul.
I figured you might be going there with that.
But, you know, with Shaw, I think you just got to take the out, even though you give up a run, because otherwise it's could be a bigger problem.
Right, I think you're right. Just give him 1. Now go get this guy. This is Woods. First pitch, swing and a miss. Low and in. Runner at third for the Terps is LaRusso. Out of the windup, Volker's pitch. Low and outside, ball 1. Woods had squared to bunt there.
Yeah, if, you know, one out of 3 stolen bases, your cleanup hitter doesn't strike me as a speedy bunt guy. But Tello's playing back, the only guy on that side of the infield. Maybe he thought he could bunt for a hit.
1-1 in on the hands and foul to the left side. 1-2. Volker's in a good spot here.
You know, with 2 out, you're not the sacrifice isn't doing you any good. So you're gonna have to count on beating it out. So
big pitch here. Volker throws it outside. Ball 2.
You know, just minimize the damage here. Get back in the dugout. Call it good.
Volker's 2-2 in the air to the left. Peterson sprinting towards the line. He will dive and got it. Oh, they say that, okay, he caught it. It was a long time before the third base umpire, Daniel Jimenez, put up his fist to signal the out, but he got it. Peterson diving towards the line.
Web gem for Petey there as he had to kind of go, stretch out. Umpire, the only thing umpire Jimenez knew for sure was that the ball was fair, and then he had to make sure.
We knew it too.
He had to make sure. Well, it took a while for Petey to hold it up, so that was kind of the part of it, was make sure he was able to complete the catch. You know, the old NFL through the whole process.
Run saving out, John.
100%.
All right, Iowa minimizing the damage in the second. Terps lead 3-0. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Iowa trailing Maryland 3-0 in the bottom of the second. Maybe that is the momentum-changing play for the Hawkeyes after Sam Peterson dives down the left field line to save a run, or two, honestly, because that one could have rolled for quite a while into the corner. And now Peterson will lead off the Hawkeyes second, worked a 2-0 count.
How often do you see it? The guy web gems and comes up, leads off the inning, does something cool at the plate.
2-0. Petey lays off low and in for a strike. We were talking during the break, John, that it just feels like Maryland ever since about the 4th, 5th inning yesterday, everything has gone their way. Need something to start going our way. 2-1 fouled back, 2-2. You think about the line drive that Tello hit yesterday that could have brought in a couple runs. Their web gem out in center to bring back a home run. All those types of deals. Maryland's made a lot of great plays. Iowa trying to do the same. Peterson will strike out as he fouls this back into the catcher's glove. So Petey's down for out number 1. At some point, something's got to give here. We got to get back on track.
Well, you have to keep doing the right thing. I mean, that's the, well, let's talk about the Iowa women's basketball team last night. Every time South Carolina made a run, Iowa went back to the game plan.
Yep.
They went back to pick and roll. Swing and a miss there for Don Honar. They went back to high pick and roll. They went back to Caitlin Clark driving to the hoop. They got big buckets, and then they went and they boxed out like crazy because they knew that was how they had to play defense. Even the times it didn't work, fouled straight back. They did what they were supposed to do, and so if you're the Iowa baseball team right now, it's no different. You
stick to the plan.
You stick to the plan. You're 19-5.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we've lost 2 games in a row, and it feels like the world's ending, but it's not. It's a good baseball team.
0-2 to Honar. This one's fouled back off the catcher.
That's
Schliger.
About time he's caught one. He didn't catch one off his body. He's got 4 or 5 yesterday.
He's taking a beating. I don't know if Maryland training staff has ice baths or anything for him, but
they should name the ice bath after him. He just got pounded yesterday and just keeps getting up and taking it. Tough kid.
0-2, swing and a miss. Honar went after one way out of the zone. He is out number 2. That was just a swing at about 70% there, John.
Well, that's one thing you didn't see Iowa do a ton yesterday was, waving at balls that were outside of the zone or things. So they really didn't expand the zone a bunch yesterday. Not to say they didn't strike out or make outs, but
yeah.
They kind of did it on their terms, and unfortunately with that one, a little less their terms.
Cade Moss comes to the plate with 2 outs in the second. Iowa trailing Maryland 3-0. Dean's looked pretty good so far for the Terps. 3 strikeouts. Moss is behind the fastball and missed it 1-1.
Good 91-mile-an-hour fastball outside part of the plate there.
Dean's next delivery, that is outside, called a strike.
Oh my goodness.
1-2.
Our consistency meter's breaking again.
The 1-2, this one's too far outside. Just a couple inches further than the last one. 2-2.
I love Dean's approach, though. If you like the first one, you're going to love the second one.
Here's the 2-2. Moss hits it foul past Coach Heller down the line at third. Went inside there.
Well, and that's good pitching. You've got Moss leaning out over the plate. The umpire's in your favor, so now you can try to bust him right back underneath his hands and see if you can get him to swing over top of a pitch. And probably worst case scenario is that's what he's going to do. He's going to hit it foul. It's a good place to try to get an out.
2-2 to Moss. He hits this in the air to right. The right fielder Woods scales forward and then back, and he's got it for the 3rd out of the inning. A 1-2-3 inning. Hawks go down in order, trailing Maryland 3-0 as we go to the 3rd. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, Get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs, but what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
While we're playing golf at Banks Field, you could be playing around it.
Top of the third inning, Iowa trailing Maryland 3-0. Here comes Zach Volker once again. Just gave up one run in that second in his first inning of work. A single and then a double, and then there's a sac fly to bring home that run. So let's see Zach settle in, and got to throw up a zero here before Maryland starts to add to their lead.
They kind of gave up a cheap, well-placed single and then gave up an absolute rope of a double. And then the fly ball there from Shaw. So technically we still haven't gotten Shaw out, as that was a sacrifice fly. So still haven't caused any damage to his batting average, I guess we'll call it. But
he's everything that he was cracked up to be, isn't he?
100%. I mean, there's a reason why he's a potential first-round talent come June.
Volker deals a first pitch strike to Kevin Keister. Keister was hit by a pitch in the first.
Again, you get two guys here. The next two batters like to walk, throw them strikes.
Yeah. Counts 0-2. Nice one from Volker there. A little bit of a delayed call, but we'll take it.
And that one was fairly clearly a strike, so.
The 0-2 from Volker. That's just inside. Ball one. Iowa does not have a strikeout today of Maryland.
I was noticing that. It's a fairly odd stat for the Iowa pitching staff.
Good block by Moss on one low and outside. 2-2.
You know, part of that's 55% strikes. And the other part is, we talked a little bit about it. Maryland adjusted the approach a little.
2-2's hit on the ground to Honar. He makes a sliding stop. He'll pop up and throw it to DeRiggi. One down.
It's a big start. Iowa hasn't retired a leadoff man in an inning yet, so that's it's good to have out number one before base runner number one.
Build some momentum somehow.
Well, and that's, sounds silly, but you take whatever little win you can and start building on them. Good play by Honar. Good pitching sequence from Volker.
Zamarzlak is the batter. First pitch is low. Ball one. He singled in a run back in the first.
But now you have to follow it up. You have to keep going, and he's jogging down to the Maryland bullpen already.
Volker, non-competitive pitch outside, ball two. That's kind of surprising, isn't it, to you, that Maryland would have somebody going at least down to their bullpen at this point?
Yes and no. I mean, Dean averages less than 5 innings a start. It's cold. So, he's not a guy that you're probably going to get 6 or 7 out of, but he's been relatively efficient just at 38 pitches through 2 innings, but probably not going to get more than 60 to 70 pitches out of him.
Volker's done a nice job to get back in this at bat. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. He's dealt back-to-back strikes to the designated hitter Zamarzlak.
And it's not like they went down there and started slinging balls. They're just stretching and doing some stuff.
2-2, just inside. Ball 3. Big pitch right here. 3-2. The delivery. Fouled back to the screen. We'll do it again. What do you think, John? Low, slider?
Slider.
All right.
Low and outside.
Let's see. That's where Moss is setting up at. Here comes the 3-2. just off the plate outside. Ball 4, missed it with the fastball. And so Zmarzlak is on with the walk.
Again, not a lot of, not something that Zach does a ton of, but just looking maybe tried to overthrow that fastball a little, got a little too precise with trying to hit the outside corner.
7-hitter Hakopian, their first baseman, right-handed hitter. First pitch from Volker, outside corner called strike. Good start from Zach. 1 out in the inning. Maryland leading 3-0 in the third.
You know, we kind of change here. You go to a better average guy, but a much higher strikeout, less likely to walk. So you've got a chance to get that ground ball or to get the strikeout here.
He squares to bunt, puts a nice one down the third baseline. Tello's going to come forward, and it is a foul ball. 0-2.
Interesting play there, too. Tello had just run back, you know, to kind of ignore the bunt and then laid it down anyway.
Game within the game.
Exactly.
You see Iowa do that a couple of times where they will square to bunt on the second pitch or later in the at-bat. No balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Volker's ready. The pitch. Hit him. Did it? No, just inside. Wow, looked like it hit him. My apologies. 1-2.
That's more work than you see to get out of the way of a pitch than most players put into it. So, I mean, kangaroo court, that'll get you fined for getting out of the way of that pitch.
1-2 on the ground. Honar has to charge it hard. His only play is to first, and he'll retire Hakopian there. That was just a spinner off the end of the bat. Take away the double play chance.
Yeah, just 63 miles an hour off the bat. I mean, you're not going to turn 2 there, even unless it's right back to the pitcher. And so, ball just kind of actually was spinning away from Honar too. So he just had to kind of keep working his way toward first base, which made the play tougher and tougher. And just took the out. Now you got to finish it up here with the 8-hitter.
Runner on second with 2 outs. The batter is Orr. And that one is high for a ball from Volker.
But you've seen a really good 2-strike approach. I think you had the box score from yesterday. How many total strikeouts did they end up having? You know,
Brody got him with 13.
Well, that's just it. So Maryland struck out as he misses. Oh, man, just misses down low. Maryland struck out 15 times yesterday. 13 of those were Brody. So then 2 after that. No strikeouts.
2 in the last, 5 innings?
Right.
4 innings?
No, 4, 5, 6. There's none today.
That's true, yeah.
And so
the 2-0 pitch popped up. We'll get back to that in a second, John. Honar's going back. Wilmus is coming in. Honar will make the play. That ball was in the air, being toyed with by the wind for quite some time. Honar is involved in all 3 outs in the inning. Maryland, nothing doing for them in the third. Hawkeye bats need to get going, trailing 3-0 in the third. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities. For award-winning claims and sales service, find an agent at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
Bottom of the third inning in Iowa City. Hawks trailing the Terrapins 3-0. Iowa also looking for their first hit. 8, 9, and 1 due up. Wilmus, Seegers, and then Hucksdorf.
It was just to finish that thought we had there before was, 7 innings now. Maryland's only struck out twice, and not only that, but the damage that they've done with 2 strikes. It's almost like there was a little bit of a change of approach after Brody had kind of overwhelmed them a little bit.
Here's Ben Wilmus, first pitch strike on the inside corner from Dean, out for his third inning of work.
And it's been incredibly effective.
Wilmus has been a good leadoff hitter this season. When he comes up the first time in the inning, 667, counts 1-1.
That seems good.
Yeah. 2 out of 3 ain't bad, right? Here's the 1-1 to Wilmus, up and in, almost hit him. I think he's a little bit frustrated with himself that he didn't take it.
And, and Ben is one of those guys, kind of joking about that in the top of the inning that will take a pitch, but I don't want any, especially on a cold day, I don't want anybody taking one off the hands.
Yeah, up those gloves. 2-1, outside corner, called strike. Count even at 2-2. Hawks have had one base runner today. It was Keaton Anthony in the first. He walked. Here's the 2-2 to Wilmus. That's low, ball 3. All right, Ben, find a way. Iowa within striking distance in the third. Plenty of time, trailing 3-0. Out of the windup, the pitch from Dean. That's high, ball 4. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye baseball. So Wilmus is on with a leadoff walk. Great at bat from Ben. Here's Michael Seegers. He's batting in the 9 spot today, so we'll see the rewards that could be reaped from the change in the batting order. It's mainly the same. Seegers just goes to 9. Everybody else moves up. First pitch to Michael. Called strike outside corner to start him off. Wilmus over there at first. Coach Heller will flash the signs to the batter and the runner. Iowa still looking for their first hit.
Yeah, we've basically done. We've just now we're the same as any other game with the line as far as the lineup's concerned. It's just Michael didn't bat at the top of the first. He's batting here in the bottom of the first. He's batting in the bottom of the third.
Interesting to see how this game shakes out, and if this lineup stays for a few games or so.
I don't have a hit yet. It won't stay very long.
Yeah, that's true. Throw over to first. Almost got Wilmus over there. Good move from Dean.
If they don't solve that problem, you won't see this lineup again. Well, and unfortunately for Iowa fans, you won't see the green hats either.
Yeah. 0-1. Pitch to Seegers. That's inside. Called a strike. 0-2.
It's getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, though. So let's take. Yeah, there's a lot of business we could take care of before that.
Right. Just completing through the order the first time now with Seegers. No balls, 2 strikes. Check on Wilmus again. He'll dive head first back in there.
Those are good throws. Yep. I mean, those are right on the target.
There's no catch and then down to tag. There's a catch and tag. It's all simultaneous with the way that has been. Here's one that gets away from the catcher briefly, and Wilmus is on his way back to first, so he can't get to second. That's okay, though. I think Schliger picked it up fast enough where.
Well, Schliger was going to snap throw behind Wilmus and kind of, in all of his motion, ended up missing doing what he wanted to do. But I think Wilmus would have been fine getting back. But
pitch to Seegers just outside. He laid off that one. We've seen that one be called a strike today, John. That was close. It's 2-2.
We've seen it called a ball too.
That's right. We've seen it be both.
We're at the puzzlement stage on that one, but good eye from Seegers and was rewarded.
Here's the pitch. Michael taps it foul to the left side. Almost got a good jump there at first. See if maybe he gets active on the 2-2 pitch.
Yeah, 2-2 now. You're getting a little closer, especially with the guy that handles the bat pretty well. We saw that yesterday in the 9th inning, though. The high 2-2 pitch that wasn't that Wilmus couldn't swing at, and Gable Mitchell got thrown out at second base.
Wilmus had a bigger lead for a moment, and they checked on him, so he had to dive back. Maryland leading 3-0, bottom of the third. Iowa has their leadoff man on. The pitch to Seegers way outside. Ball 3.
Now you could probably expect to, even with nobody out, you could probably expect to see Wilmus on the move. You trust Seegers with the bat to make contact somewhere or another on a strike, and see Gotta have one good Dean pickoff move. No.
Wilmus goes the 3-2 in the air to right. Ben's going to have to go back to first, but this one's going to get foul, and we'll do it again. All right, 3-2. Like the idea there. That drops it. If that drops fair, which it would have been hard to do with the way that Woods was playing over there in right, but that could really position Wilmus to score.
Well, the problem was Wilmus ended up jamming on the brakes and having to come most of the way back. So at some level, he might have been lucky to get back to second base unless it bounces all the way to the corner. But
let's draw a walk here or a base hit. Check on Wilmus, close over there at first, but he's back in. Iowa's had 2 base runners today, both by the walk.
I was actually surprised Dean didn't try to pick him off once last time just to keep him close, a little honest. And Wilmus is going to be on the move again.
There he goes. The 3-2 is a called third strike.
Oh.
And they threw him out at second.
Calling him out anyway on the interference, so it didn't really matter.
So a strike him out, throw him out, strike him out, interference, whatever, a double play for Maryland. And that hasn't really worked for the Hawkeyes today. The stealing of the bases hasn't worked this series yet.
No, and that's, that was not a good pitch to throw. It wasn't particularly a good throw, but good tag placed on. Was able to snap it down, and Wilmus wasn't able to get under it.
So now Huckstorf will tap it to the second baseman, and that'll do it for the inning, just like that. Iowa gets a walk from Ben Wilmus to start things off, and then a strike him out, throw him out, strike him out, batter interference type of deal for a double play, and then a couple of pitches later, Huckstorf grounds out, and so that'll do it for the Hawkeyes in the third. A promising start, but nothing doing. Maryland leads 3-0 as we head to the fourth. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Maryland 3, Iowa nothing in the top of the fourth. Boy, what a tough way to end that third inning. Seegers thought he walked, and so he kind of leaned forward like he was headed to first, and the catcher was trying to throw it down to second because of the strike 3 call instead of the walk, and so that's how Seegers gets dinged with the interference. He would have been out twice, really. Wilmus would have been. As first pitch from Volker's a called strike on the inside corner, 0-1.
Well, and quite honestly, that's the issue with our quote-unquote delayed call on the strike is you've got to call that quickly so that the batter knows, the catcher knows. Catcher needs to know whether he's got to throw it.
Yeah.
And so, and maybe we don't see the motion and he's verbalizing something that they're getting and it's clearer to the players, but it wasn't clear to Seegers.
0-2 from Volker. Ground ball. Weakly hit to Seegers. He charges it hard. Going to have to hurry. Throw to first. In time. Got him at first. That was Lambros. He's down for out number 1.
That's kind of been what the kind of the way that some of these hits for Maryland have worked is kind of those rollers. They've been into gaps, and that's a tough play from Seegers. And avoid a kind of a squirrely little infield hit.
Top of the order for the Terps. They lead 3-0 in the fourth. Out of the windup, here's the pitch from Volker. That is outside. Been impressed with Volker. He settled in the last couple of innings. Came in the second, gave up a run there, but A quiet inning in the third, looking to have one in the fourth. 1-0 pitch, outside corner, called strike, 1-1.
And he wasn't, in his first inning of work, he was fine. I mean, he gave up the one really good hit, and then, just had to try to pitch around it. But unfortunately, the double, he wasn't able to pitch around after the other. Wow.
Counts 2-1. Volker tried to go with a backdoor breaking ball to the left-handed hitting Schliger, but just missed. 2 balls and a strike with 1 out. Bases empty for the Terps in the fourth. The pitch from Volker. Outside corner, there's a called strike, 2-2.
Umpire Fulton will not get Christmas cards from either dugout. Just going to go with that.
The 2-2, called third strike on the inside corner. That looked good, and it was from Volker. Is that the first strikeout of the game for the Hawkeyes? It is.
It completely is, and I have no idea what he's complaining about.
That one was
just no idea, other than he's sitting on top of the plate, so any ball inside. He's the catcher, too, so he knows what the strike zone looks like, and it is big and wide, and that ball is almost across the middle of the plate. And he tried like crazy to get hit by that pitch.
Yeah, LaRusso stayed in there. Volker dealt him one inside.
He tight-roped one earlier. We were kind of, so maybe he decided I need to stay and take this one.
2 outs in the inning. 1-0 pitch from Volker. That's outside. 2-0.
But yeah, I mean, right now, I get it. He's this home plate umpire is a little bit of everywhere, but both teams need to kind of just work on baseball more than umpiring.
2-0 from Volker. That's low. And it's 3-0 with Matt Shaw on deck. Just don't want to see him up with anybody on base.
Yeah, it would be much better to let him lead off. I'm sure he's very effective at that too, but it's still safer for the total tally on the scoreboard.
Here's the 3-0. Right down the middle, called strike.
And LaRusso just demolished that ball into left center field on the last at-bat, so might be a little bit of Zach remembering that.
Here's one lifted out of play to the right side. Good job by Volker to get back into it. The count is full with 2 outs in the Maryland fourth. They lead 3-0.
You'd really like to kind of finish this up because the at-bat with Shaw is not going to take a pitch or two. It'll take a little bit more. So
here's the 3-2 from Volker. Ground ball to the right side, through for a base hit for LaRusso. Man, I tell you what, the Hawkeye infield had played him to pull. Honar was playing pretty close to the bag at second, and that one would be a relatively routine play. He'd have to make an effort to go over there and get it if he was positioned in his normal spot without the shift.
Took a good fastball, and Zach put it on the outside corner of the plate. It's probably strike 3, and just a really good piece of hitting there from LaRusso to just poke it into the hole.
So we will see Shaw in the inning, swinging and missing at the first pitch. Nice start from Volker, 77 miles on the outside corner.
He was going to see if he could duplicate the one he hit yesterday.
Yeah. Swinging for the fences and then past it. No balls and a strike, 2 outs. Maryland's got 5 hits in the game, 3 runs. Pitch from Volker, line drive, base hit into left. Gets to Peterson in a hurry so he can get it in quickly. Back-to-back singles now for LaRusso and then Shaw.
Yeah, good news about all the whining I was doing about cheap singles. That wasn't one of them.
No, that was not. He got a hold of that one, but hey, a single, we'll take it. Let's go after this guy, Matt Woods, their right fielder. And the Hawkeye infield will shift for Woods to the right side. This is a left-handed hitter, so pull heavy. Pitch from Volker. Popped up left field. Peterson, he looks up. Looks like he's camped under it. Take a couple of steps forward. Got it for the 3rd out. Nothing doing for Maryland aside from a couple of singles. We'll leave them out there. Bottom of the 4th inning. Maryland 3, Iowa nothing. Hawkeyes still searching for their first hit. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Bottom of the fourth inning, Iowa trailing Maryland in the middle game of the series, 3-0. The Terps got 2 in the first, 1 in the second. Iowa hasn't really been able to get anything going yet against Nick Dean, the right-handed pitcher for Maryland. There was some activity, some at least movement in the Maryland bullpen back in the second, but no reason to even think about taking Dean out to this point. He is not allowed a hit to the Hawkeyes.
No, again, you've got the guys down there, but so that, I mean, they'll be ready. You know, now they're in, I guess, proper position.
Anthony fouls the first one back into the catcher's mitt. Anthony walked in the first. Here's one screaming foul towards the facility to the right. 0-2, Keaton's down in the count.
Can we talk for just a second about how much fun it is to follow social media right now and see all the new people that have discovered Iowa women's basketball?
The feeds were full of that last night. 0-2 to Anthony. This one's shot to the right side again, out of play.
Just the game last night, and then like I said, all the people finding out how great the coaching staff is and how good of people they are.
Anthony throws his hands at this one, grounds it to short. Throw across is in time. 1 down. It's been a fun ride to follow that and play to win it all now. Everybody says, hey, our goal is to win the national championship or win a conference championship, and then you find yourself playing in one, and you think, oh, all right. First pitch to DeRiggi, that's in the dirt, ball 1.
And everybody says it, but there aren't very many teams that really mean it. And I'm not sure very many people thought outside of the Iowa locker room that they really meant it.
That game yesterday, you know, basically wire to wire. There were a few seconds where South Carolina had the lead, but really a wire to wire win for the Hawkeyes. 2 balls, no strikes, pitch to DeRiggi. That's outside, ball 3. And you think about it, I got to be honest, I thought, man, going into that fourth quarter, I thought, all right, South Carolina's probably going to go on a little bit of a run here. And Iowa just didn't let it happen.
I have enough scar tissue as an Iowa fan, and I know there's a lot of my Twitter timeline that is my age and will understand what I'm coming from. But I was talking to the KRUI radio guys earlier and was talking about the 87. Oh, man.
A couple of strikes here thrown by Maryland, so it's 3-2 now.
The 87 Iowa UNLV game. And so, yeah, I was.
Yeah.
Oh, here it comes. Oh, here it comes. Oh, here it comes.
That's all we know. 3-2, DeRiggi chops it to the first baseman. He's going to sprint over, take it himself, and beat DeRiggi to the bag, 2 down.
The difference is, no disrespect to B.J. Armstrong and Roy Marble and that whole squad, but in this instance, we have the best player on the floor.
Yeah.
And so she's able to, and to watch her growth over, from freshman year, from last year, even from earlier in the year as Tello swings and misses, her ability to command the game right now, and to just not let it move too fast.
Yeah.
Even when we do silly things, she's still able to kind of bring it back in, and kind of regain control and the trust that that obviously Coach Bluter and Coach Jensen have shown in her to kind of let her run the team.
Tello down in the count 0-2. Here's a breaking ball, low and outside, 1-2.
And we're at 92 starts for that group. I mean, their ability to read and react off each other, that offense is very, very difficult to guard.
Dipping low again, 2-2. Just got to do it one more time, John.
One more time, and you get, you've got, Gabby Marshall and the, last night.
Tello drives this in the air to right center. Not going to have enough to carry anywhere. The right fielder will call off the center fielder, and that'll do it for the fourth. Iowa still without a hit. We'll head to the fifth. Maryland leading 3-0. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Game moving relatively fast here this afternoon. We're already in the fifth inning. Maryland leading 3-0. Scored 2 in the first, 1 in the second. They've got 6 hits. Zach Volker's done a nice job to slow them down to this point, knocking on every piece of wood we got up here in the press box. But
exactly.
Just a reality of the matter.
Hey, as we show Hawkeye highlights, I just kind of want to Hawkeye women's basketball highlights on the Jumbotron out there. I do just want to finish that thought. Everybody knows and everybody tweets about Caitlin Clark, but that game yesterday, Gabby Marshall has one shot in the game, but Iowa doesn't win without Gabby Marshall on the floor. Her defensive effort was phenomenal. McKenna Warnock only scores 5 points, makes 1 3-pointer.
Biggest rebound of the game.
But has the biggest rebound of the game, the most important one, and her defensive work on the inside. What she did against Boston Cardoza, all of the bigs, just to try to hold her own in there. Of course, Sonano and Clark do their thing, but the whole team, Kate Martin is my favorite human being in the athletic department. I mean, there's just so many good people on the team that all do their thing and have so bought into it, and that's such a credit to what Lisa and Jan have built over there.
Loyalty pays off. There's no doubt about that. Here's Kevin Keister. The 1-1 pitch from Volker is hit foul to the right side.
Only team in the Sweet 16 on the women's side that didn't start a transfer.
Wow. Again, there's you can build something without having to go to the portal. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pitch from Volker. Shot into center. Huckstorf moving back, and he's got it on the run. 1 down.
Now, that being said, if you're a big in the transfer portal,
come on down.
Why would you not want to come play with Caitlin and for Lisa and Jan?
Yep.
You got a pretty good chance to improve your stead, I would think.
Tall task to replace Monica Sonano, but
she had a tall task. She had a tall task to replace Megan Gustafson.
That's right. 1 down in the inning. Here is the designated hitter, Zmarzlak. First pitch strike from Volker. Really impressed with Zach so far. Got to be an idea to have him start next weekend. 0-1 pitch, called strike, low and in corner, 0-2.
Yeah, you'd think he's certainly done what's asked of him. Well, in all of the relief roles, really just had kind of one hiccup outing, but otherwise been really sharp.
Just think he's kind of the only guy in the bullpen that hasn't had that opportunity, right, to do the starting in that Saturday spot. 1 ball, 2 strikes, pitch from Volker on its way home. Ground ball to Seegers at short. He's gloved it. He'll throw it, 2 down.
Just looking around the Big Ten. Minnesota upset Ohio State last night. Ohio State gets them back today. Indiana gets beat by Penn State 7-2. Michigan State takes another one from Rutgers. Rutgers now 0-2 in the Big Ten.
That seems big, doesn't it?
Does seem big. Tripping back to yesterday, see what was out there yesterday. Purdue beats Northwestern. Michigan State 3-2 winner over Rutgers, and Minnesota in that win over Ohio State got 3 runs in the top of the 9th to get it done.
Wow.
Michigan beats Illinois. And of course our final here.
We've got quite a bit to figure out in this conference. I don't know that it's going to finish the way everybody thought. I think Minnesota beating Ohio State seems like a pretty big deal. Gophers up to 6 wins now. They started pretty rough.
They started pretty rough, and they've got a good pitch there. Another breaking ball for a strike. They've got a Friday night guy that's really good. I mean, they've got a chance to. They've got a chance, I would think, on almost every Friday night to compete.
Volker's got a 1-2 count on the hitter. This one's hit deep to left. Might be trouble. Peterson going back. Can't make a play on it. One hopping off the wall, and it's a 2-out double for Hakopian. He hit it to one of the deepest parts of the park there in left center.
Yeah, Zach's probably a little fortunate. Wind's still blowing pretty good, as that had 102 on the exit velo, but just had 374 a carry there.
Hung that breaking ball.
He really did. And, got punished for it, maybe not quite as bad as the pitchers yesterday did.
Well, no damage yet. You can find a way to get out of this with 2 outs. Maryland leading 3-0 in the top of the 5th. 7th hit of the game for the Terps. Pitch to Orr, called strike. Outside corner, good start from Volker.
You know, Zach's just in the low 70s in pitches here. So again, if he can get through this inning, he's probably got one more in him.
Counts 0-1. Volker takes his time. The pitch just outside. And Orr had got his hand started, but was able to slam on the brakes. Orr today is 0 for 2. Couple of flyouts, one to right and then one to shallow right where Honar caught it. 1 ball, 1 strike. Volker looks in for the sign. He's got it. Ground ball up the middle, but Honar is there. He'll grab it. The throw is in time. Got him. The shift works for the Hawkeyes there. And Orr is out at first. Nothing doing for the Terps aside from a double. We'll leave him out there at second. Hawks trailing 3-0. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great. But they're not always great for us, because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Bottom of the 5th, Iowa trailing Maryland 3-0. Welcome back to the broadcast booth at Dwayne Banks Field. Iowa trying to get something going. It'll be Peterson, Honar, and Moss. Good portion of the order due up, although Iowa's been held hitless through 4.
Yeah, Dean was 3rd team All Big Ten last year, so I know we talked early on about his, giving up kind of more runs than anybody in the staff and maybe struggling a little bit, but clearly the arm talent is there, and kind of battled some injuries here and there. And, unfortunately for Iowa right now, he's found a way to piece all of his parts together, and so we'll see as we try to finish the balloon character game down the right field line. Delay our start here of the inning.
Yeah, Andrew Fulton, the home plate umpire, just not really thrilled with that development down the right field line. He's got a little bit of an attitude, huh?
He likes to be in control is what we're going to call that.
My goodness. Here's Sam Peterson to lead things off. Interesting here, you see the third baseman playing inside in front of the third base bag. Petey takes the first pitch, up and in on the hands for a ball. Got to find a way to get a rally going here, John. Trailing 3-0 in a game that's just kind of hit the brakes. 1-0 pitch to Peterson. Got a piece of it, hit it foul. 1-1.
Good breaking ball there. Kind of left it out over the plate a little bit, but had Petey maybe look at a little fastball, so he's more over top of it.
1-1, low and outside for a ball. Got to start thinking about maybe the small ball way to generate some offense, some runs today.
I think Maryland agrees with you, and that's why that third baseman's tucked inside the third base bag.
3-1, that one's outside. I know Iowa's trying to steal bags. That's part of the game, too, as Peterson drives the 3-1 deep to left center, carrying well. Get going. It is caught at the wall. Peterson gave it a ride. 1 down.
Yeah, that ball, obviously yesterday, that ball is, he's trotting all the way around yesterday, but just enough wind up there, not going to get it done, and actually ends up being just a relatively easy out for the center fielder Lambros to track over to.
1 down in the Hawkeye fifth. The batter is Honar, struck out in the second. That was a good piece of hitting there from Peterson. Honar swinging and missing on a pitch on the outside corner. 1-1.
And Honar didn't look particularly good in his first at-bat either. Kind of expanded his strike zone a little bit. See if he can tighten it back up.
Something's off with Sam today. He's down on the count 1-2. Hasn't really made contact this afternoon. He struck out on 3 pitches in the second. Just a little bit of a hole in the swing. The 1-2 laid off that one this time, and it's 2-2.
I was just counting back in your box score. I know there was the walk in there, but I mean, we're at, what is that, 12, 14 straight here?
2-2. It's chopped foul to the right side. Yeah, because, Wilmus got on in the third, but was basically erased with a caught stealing type of situation.
2, 5, 8, 11, 12 straight, at least from a batters coming to the plate approach.
2-2 to Honar. Ground ball right back to the pitcher. Dean's got it. Underhand flip. 2 down. Yeah, if you want to frame it that way, haven't had more than 3 batters in an inning since the first.
There you go.
That would be the way to
face the minimum.
Here's Cade Moss in the bottom of the 5th. Iowa still down 3-0.
And so let's go with the hard to mount a comeback when you're doing the bare minimum.
Yeah. Keep chipping away. First pitch to Moss, up and in for a ball. The thinking was, hey, let's try to get to the Maryland bullpen early today. And, well, we're in the bottom of the 5th and still don't quite have a hit yet. Moss will take this one for a strike. 1-1.
One team was successful with that strategy and one team wasn't.
Right.
Now, Zach's done a good job of minimizing it so far, but.
The 1-1 to Moss hits this foul to the right side. Iowa's peppering the right side of the field and the right side of the stadium with foul balls today.
You're just at 83 pitches for Dean, so not overly taxed so far.
1-2's in the dirt. Moss did not go around.
Why did we even need to appeal that?
I'm not sure.
I mean, you've got to be kidding.
That was not particularly close to being questionable.
I mean, Sure, is he going to get punished for thinking of swinging?
2-2, low and out, ball 3. I would need some magic. Maybe it starts with a 2-out walk to Cade Moss. Find a way on here, Cade. The 3-2, ground ball, fair ball down the left field line. A delayed reaction. Moss digging around first for 2. He's got the first Hawkeye hit of the game, and it's a 2-out double in the 5th.
Sliger's going to argue. He called it foul. Unfortunately, he's wearing gray, and so nobody cares what his opinion is. After the third base umpire dove out of the way, he pointed fair. Good news for Moss. He was running right out of the gate, didn't mess around.
Make him pay now. Maryland leading 3-0. Moss at second. Here's Ben Wilmus. Looked good from here, John. I know we're kind of biased, but looked like it was over the bag.
Those little hooks are so difficult.
Yeah.
Just from the ball kind of curling and moving that way, and where it crosses the bag, and obviously we've got a great view of balls and strikes. We have a lousy view of whether it tracks right on the line or not. But
1-0 to Wilmus below the knees. 2-0.
I'm going to trust the guy that was nearly killed by it.
Yeah, that was shot right down the line at third. And Daniel Jimenez had to leap out of the way of it. 2 balls, no strikes. Pitch to Wilmus. That is low and out, ball 3.
Let's not lose factor. That was hit number 1. Hawks are on the board.
Yeah. And that was not a cheap one either, like we've talked about.
See what Wilmus can do here to add to Dean's pain.
Red light, red light, red light. The 3-0. That's low, ball 4. All right. Here's Michael Seegers. Some 2-out traffic for the Hawkeyes. Runners on first and second.
Michael Seegers.
Yeah, we haven't had to talk too much about batting average with runners on base or runners in scoring position from a Hawkeye perspective. We're going to get a quick visit. We'll see if that's it.
Entire infield comes in for this mound visit. Don't see any movement yet to the bullpen.
He walked with an urgency, so I'm not sure what to read into that. If that's I got a quick story to tell, or my guy's already ready, so it doesn't really matter. And I'm cold, so I'm just going to get out there.
Well, the Terps lead 3-0 in the bottom of the 5th, out hitting Iowa 7-1, but starting to gain some traction.
Now we're going to get the slow walk out from our controlled umpire, Fulton.
It's his time to shine right here, John.
You'd think so. If he had a TV monitor, that would be the only thing better right now. He could fit in as a basketball official.
All right, mound visit wrapped up. We're having some fun with that, aren't we?
Might as well. We haven't had much to have fun about with this baseball game so far.
Not quite. We're on the verge of it, I think.
We're on the verge of a lot more entertainment. Seegers in Mobile found some power. He's got some good right field power. That right fielder's really deep for Michael.
First pitch to Seegers. That is a called strike.
Oh, goodness.
Up in the zone. Coach Heller gives a supportive head nod to Michael. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. Hawks trail by 3. Pitch from Dean. Outside corner, called strike, going 2.
Both teams are going to need support group after this.
Man. Michael just doesn't seem as confident as he was a couple of weeks ago. 0-2 pitch on its way home. Popped up, shallow right. Could be trouble. Right fielder coming forward. He's got it. Third out of the inning. The Hawks get a double and a walk. Nothing else. We've played 5 at Duane Banks. Terps lead 3-0. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmall.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Ah, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Iowa gets their first hit of the game in the fifth, but still held scoreless. Maryland leading the Hawkeyes 3-0. As we get to the top of the sixth inning, the Terps will come to the plate with 9-1-2. And Volker is out there for another inning of work.
Zach's at 74 pitches, so you like to think he could get, if he has a relatively clean inning here, he could be through under 90 and be in pretty good shape. And got some people at least talking around down in the Hawkeye bullpen now.
Held Maryland to 3 straight zeros. Just think getting this leadoff man is crucial for that. That's been the common theme in the last 3 innings. First pitch to Lambros, called strike at the knees.
Yeah, Maryland put the first 2 runners on in the first 2 innings they played.
Here's a bunt right back to Volker. He'll pick it up, throw it in time. Good catch by DeRiggi over there, and so Lambros trying to get on with a bunt, but not so fast.
And now, oh, he was fast. He was moving down.
He was quite fast.
He was quite fast. But that's 4 straight times now the Hawkeyes have been able to get the leadoff hitter out. So giving themselves a good opportunity. To make it that much harder to build rallies. So
is the catcher Schliger, top of the order. First pitch from Volker, low and in. Dive bombing around the shins, ball 1. Out of the windup, set with the 1-0. Here it comes. Ground ball into the Iowa dugout to the right side, 1-1.
Yeah, I can't quite see the inside stripe. Yeah, he is right on it. In fact, there we go. He pulled his toes back off of him because I think they might have been over it there for a second.
1-1 is popped up. High fly ball, shallow left. Peterson sprinting forward. Seegers will shield the sun, and Seegers will grab it for the second out of the inning.
Good work there from Volker. Now, again, we've kind of been here before, and it doesn't feel like the Hawks have been able to finish this inning off, where we've gotten close and then given up a hit, and just haven't been able to finish off that 3-up, 3-down inning.
Have not had one today. 1-2-3 inning.
On the really clean limit pitches, all the fun stuff you like to try. Good pitch there for a strike on the breaking ball. So let's see, get Zach through this one. Maybe buys
start
one
him.
more.
Yeah, at least start him in the next inning. Maybe with an even closer game. 0-1 pitch to LaRusso. He went around, didn't he? Yes, he did. Check swing. They sent it down. He went around. 0-2.
This guy is a really good hitter. I mean, obviously hitting 370, but sometimes we've seen some averages there, and you're like, okay, yeah, whatever. Yeah. But this guy's really good.
It's legit, and he's 3 for 3 today. So the live average up near 400 now for him. 1 ball, 2 strikes from Volker.
Whether it's throwing his hands out because he got fooled, but making contact.
Yeah, well, we struck him out there. Moss will apply the tag, and just the second strikeout of the day for the Hawkeyes, and a big one from Zach Volker. A 1-2-3 inning. Iowa sets down Maryland in the 6th. Hawks trail 3-0. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
John Evans, John Leo in the broadcast booth at Dwayne Banks Field here in Iowa City. Iowa trailing Maryland 3-0 as we get to the bottom of the sixth. Finally get into the Terrapin bullpen today. They'll throw out a tall right-hander in Nate Haberthier.
Haberthier's 2-2 on the year, making his 7th appearance, his 3rd relief appearance, 5.64 ERA, does have a save. 22 and a third innings. He's given up 14 runs that are earned, 16 in total, 24 hits, 8 walks, 24 strikeouts. Opponents hitting 276. Again, going to be right around 90 miles an hour, but he's a kind of a sinker slider sort of guy. So you see a lot of spin. If you're Hawkeye hitters, you're going to have to try to make sure you see what you're looking for, because again, you're not really going to want to chase that stuff. If he gets the sinker going, it's just going to kind of dive away from you. So if you don't recognize the action, you'll be swinging over the top of a lot of balls.
And, sometimes pitchers are doing so well that it's a questionable move to take somebody out, because Dean had thrown 5 innings and gave up just 1 hit. So it could be viewed as questionable to take him out of the game. But, pitch count up there, that's worth considering. And going through this Iowa order for the 3rd time now with Kyle Huckstorf leading off and taking a first pitch strike, Maryland probably feels, hey, let's go to the bullpen now, and so that's what they did. 0-1 pitch to Huck is a ball outside, 1-1. Now, from the Iowa standpoint, maybe you say, man, we're glad that we're done seeing Dean because we just never solved him.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, but again, at 93 pitches, you figure you're going to stand seeing it for the 3rd time. Maybe you start feeling like you're going to have the better of him. And again, to me, that's probably why you go ahead and make the change. Plus, you look at he's thrown 6 and 7 innings a couple times this year, but he's not really a super deep in the game guy.
Yeah. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Haberthier's ready. The pitch to Huckstorf. Ground ball, base hit into center field. Good piece of hitting there for Huckstorf. 2nd hit of the game for the Hawkeyes, and the leadoff man is on in the 6th.
And that's what we talked about. He identified that. He saw the breaking ball. It was kind of sitting right in the middle of the plate and just drove it right back up the box. And now you got your stolen base leader on first. But, again, with the success the Hawkeyes have had this weekend, you're probably not going to see, plus down 3. There's not a ton of reason to put him in motion right away here.
I was tried to steal a few bags this weekend. Unsuccessful. Schliger's done a nice job in the catcher position. Here's Keaton Anthony. First pitch to Keaton. That's low and away. Ball 1.
And Haberthier is reasonable to the plate. He's not the fastest, but he gets the ball to the plate. And obviously, you on a fastball like that, a 93-mile-an-hour fastball, it's moving in there pretty good. So
1-0. Anthony hits it off the end of the bat to the first baseman. It is foul.
I know what Huckstorf was thinking there, but you've got to be running. I know he feels like that ball's foul, but that ball's an inch foul. He's got to be moving to second base. He just can't be watching that, assuming we saw that yesterday with Seager's ball that spun 3 feet in play, and came back into fair territory. So don't give yourself up when you're down 3-0.
Haberthier's 1-1. That's in the dirt. Ball 2. So a downward angle pitch there. Huckstorf can't go to second. Schliger has just been a wall back here.
really
absorbed everything too.
In any number of ways, but really, mostly he's kept that ball right in his area. Balls aren't even really bouncing away from him.
2-1. That's outside, but called a strike. 2-2. Just got to get used to it, I guess.
Well, at this point, the hitters probably should be expanding their zone out there. He likes that spot and has been relatively consistent about calling it. He's called that a strike more often than not, I guess, put it that way. So you really kind of need to expand your palette.
Here's the 2-2, driven to left center, carrying well. It'll get down. Huckstorf rounding second, headed for third. They're going to send him. Here comes Huck. Here comes the throw. Not in time. Hawks are on the board. RBI double, Keaton Anthony.
Keaton Anthony, 102 exit velocity, pounds it off there. Very well played by Lambros off the wall as he was able to kind of get it up in his bare hand. Didn't really have to put it in his glove. Huckstorf only briefly hesitated as he went around second. He was pretty much full go, was able to keep going. I was a little surprised Coach Heller gave him the green light. We saw that yesterday where he held a guy up. Thought maybe he'd do it again, but with Huck's speed, had him keep right on rolling around. And Huck was able to slide in head first easily in front of any tag.
Maryland 3, Iowa 1, bottom 6. Here's DeRiggi, first pitch outside. Anthony stands out there at second, nobody out in the inning.
Wait, what'd you say? A pitch outside to DeRiggi?
Shocker.
Who attacks him that way? Just thought of this new wizardry.
Yeah, it'd be fun to watch DeRiggi step out there and just crank one. 1-0 is over the middle of the plate, and Brennan missed it. He fouled it off to the right side. When I say miss it, I don't mean that he didn't make contact. I mean that he just didn't barrel it up.
No, and I mean, you can see why teams play him to pull and why they want him out there, because that one he's really, as he's aggressively trying to kind of pull it over that way. And so he can cue it up to left field. Love to see him just go with those pitches.
1-1, that's inside but too far and also low. 2-1. Iowa feels like the momentum is turning in their favor. Still trailing 3-1, but in competitive counts.
Well, you went from 1 hit to 3. It's the first time Iowa's had anything that even felt like positive juju.
DeRiggi waiting for the 2-1. Here it comes. That is outside, ball 3. Where's that on the tic-tac-toe board, John? That's in there, isn't it?
It's let's say that's inside the tic-tac-toe board. It's that. That's the high strike. You don't get the high strike call.
3 balls and a strike. Deep breath from Haberthier. The pitch. DeRiggi swings and fouls it down the line and right.
Love they went back inside there. That's a really good pitch. Got it well inside. Inner part of the plate, down low. Just a tough place for any hitter to do anything with it. And DeRiggi kind of swung right over the top of it and pulled it foul.
So now the count's full. Long pause. Here's the pitch. That's low. Ball 4.
That's a gutsy take. It's a ball, but man, if you're a hitter today with 2 strikes, it feels like you really have to. If you know where your strike zone is, and these hitters are so well trained for where their strike zone is, but it still feels like you have to expand it.
Yeah. And you're also playing a little bit of a guessing game, to be honest, too. Unless you decide that you are going to expand it and it's going to be a pretty big zone, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's, a guy like Rader tends to have a little bit bigger zone, but a guy like Keaton Anthony and Brendan DeRiggi tend to have they know where that zone is. They're very compact. They know what they want.
Iowa trailing 3-1. Here is Rader Tello. Swing and a miss on the first pitch. Glad he did not hit that because it would have likely been a ground ball somewhere on the infield. Iowa trailing 3-1, but with runners on first and second and nobody out.
Rader was looking first pitch fastball, got first pitch curveball. Swung right over the top. Corner still in.
Here's the 0-1. That's a called strike. Went back with the breaking ball, and it clipped the corner. 0-2.
Yeah, pretty good pitch there. Went right back through almost exactly the same pitch. Actually elevated it just a touch more. It was probably more of a strike than the first one that Rader swung at.
Mm-hmm.
But now Rader will have to go back on defense and advance the runners.
Find a way. Here's the 0-2. Called third strike. Outside corner, one down.
You know, we've talked about the outer edge of the strike zone. Unfortunately, that one was pretty good. Just really dotted the outside part of the plate there. And, you know, I think Rader again was kind of looking for something else. Got 3 straight curveballs, and they all, unfortunately, they all got rolled up for strikes.
Pretty good pitches there from Haberthier. Let's tip the cap there. So now it'll be Sam Peterson, 0 for 2 today. 2 on with 1 out. Sam starts his swing and then stops it, and the pitch is outside. Low as well, ball 1.
Petey's going to pull the curveball right down that left field line.
Whoa, calling your shot here.
Calling the shot. I can feel this one here. Petey's
right.
going to pull this one right down the line. Anthony's going to score. Deriggi's going to have to get tackled by Heller.
Here's the 1-0. There was the breaking ball. Peterson fouled it off to the right side. That's a good swing from Sam. Couldn't quite get all of it, though. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Iowa's pushed across 1 run in the 6th. Still trailing Maryland 3-1. Haberthier looks in for the sign. He's got it. Pause in the pitch. It hit him. Hits Peterson, and he's headed to first. The bases are loaded.
Peterson's 11th hit by pitch on the season.
And the Maryland head coach will come out and ask if, you know, are you sure that he didn't lean into that? What do you think, John? Oh, now the umpires are going to come together and talk about it.
I mean,
well, while they have this conversation, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. That was a brief chat between the umpires, and they'll leave Peterson there at first. They'll award him first base. Bases loaded for Honar.
I'm not even sure why you entertain it at this point. The rules are set up for the hitter in that case. All the hitter has to do is stay within the batter's box. You know, he can bend his knees, he can cartwheel, he can make no effort to move, and if it hits him, he gets the base. And Peterson at first tried to duck and then stayed there and got hit by the pitch.
First real opportunity for Iowa to do some damage, trailing by 2. First pitch to Honar, right back to the pitcher, hit him in the hip. He'll pick it up, throw it home, out at home.
Which he does.
Wow. Oh, man. Honar crushed that right back up the middle. It hit the pitcher in the side, in the right side, right lower back. And now he's down on the pitcher's mound, slapping the turf. He's in clear pain. You feel for him out there. But he made an outstanding play to get the out before realizing his pain.
Which, yeah, I'm not even just a 107 exit velocity.
Crushed.
You know, just demolished right back up the middle. You know, if you're Keaton Anthony, there isn't really anything you can do until you can identify where the ball went. And so, you know, Keaton had to kind of at least stop, take a step back towards third. Once he figures out that Haberthier doesn't have it, then he takes off running. And of course, you know, Keaton isn't Gable Mitchell zooming down the line, you know, to stop, start, restart. And all credit to Haberthier to get back up, get off the mound and find the ball. And then, you know, kind of lost in that too. Anthony blew up Sliger at the plate. Sliger tried to play first base at home plate and got clipped by Anthony sliding in.
And after all that, still a very close play at home. I mean, almost beat it because it hit the pitcher and then rolled back towards home.
And we'll have a pitching change. They're not even going to let him throw a warm-up pitch to see how he's doing.
Bases will be loaded for Iowa. But now with 2 outs, it'll be up to Cade Moss to get a clutch hit for the Hawkeyes. Maryland leading 3-1. We'll have a pitching change, so we'll take a pitching change break. We'll get the new information on the Maryland pitcher coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oakmall, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmall.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Bottom of the 6th inning in Iowa City. The Hawkeyes trailing the Terrapins of Maryland 3-1, but the bases are loaded for Cade Moss, 2 down in the inning. And the Terps go to the bullpen. They'll bring in Kenny Lippman. We saw him yesterday.
Pitched a clean inning yesterday. This will be his 13th appearance, 4.32 ERA, 16 2/3 innings, giving up 8 earned runs, 13 hits, 5 walks, 17 strikeouts. Again, yesterday, 1 inning pitched, 1 strikeout. The Hawks will look to finish some damage here. This boy a little... the Haberthier wasn't unlucky, but the Hawkeye hitter, Sam Honar, who we talked about maybe had some trouble in his other at-bats, boy, just got wildly unlucky there.
And that's kind of been the story of the series through a game and a half now. Iowa really connecting, hitting some balls hard, but either right to people or literally right to them where it ricochets in a place where they're able to make an even easier play. It's unfortunate.
You saw that to finish up the game, the midweek game too. With,
even going back to that with Illinois State.
I think that was Honar too, wasn't it?
Yes.
Hit the rocket right back up the middle, ricochets off Dean's leg, and it goes over to the first baseman. So all he has to do is step on the bag for the final out. So
I hadn't seen that happen in a long time, and that really hurt the Hawks, obviously ending the game. All right, here's Cade Moss. Cade doubled for the first Iowa hit in the 5th.
That would be good.
That would be. Iowa down by 2. Bases loaded. First pitch to Moss. Outside. Ball 1.
Yeah, I'm going to claim big fan of that. If you're going to call that one again.
We'd be into something like that. Big gap in left center for Cade. 1 ball, no strikes. Lippman is ready. The pitch. That's outside, ball 2.
Now, if Cade hits a double, Cade is the guy that's going to pull it right down the line. We saw that yesterday, too, where he got one down the line, and then as he tried to abuse the third base umpire earlier in the game by just roping one right down there. You take the same idea right here.
Hitters count 2-0, pitch to Moss, foul back to the screen, put a good cut on it. Just couldn't time it up, and it's 2-1.
I like that. You don't always see Cade aggressive on 2-0. Especially in that circumstance, but felt like he was going to get a fastball. He got it, but just wasn't quite able to get it turned back around.
2-1, that's outside, ball 3. No place to put him.
Oh, yeah, there is.
I don't want to get greedy, John. Yeah, hold on, we got time called. Now we're ready to go. 3 balls and a strike with 2 outs. Bases loaded for the Hawkeyes. Bottom 6. Iowa trailing 3-1. Lippman is ready. The pitch to Moss. Ground ball right back to the pitcher. He'll flip it home for the 3rd out of the inning. I think Moss chased that one. It was inside. Iowa will leave them loaded in the 6th. Terps lead 3-1. We'll be back for the 7th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Top of the 7th inning this Saturday evening in Iowa City. Maryland leading 3-1. Iowa got one in the 6th, but left the bases loaded. Got to find a way to keep that from hurting. As we get to the 7th with a new pitcher, we'll go with Marcus Morgan.
Marcus will be making his second relief appearance of the season. He's made 5 starts. 6.53 ERA, 20 2/3 innings, giving up 15 runs, 17 hits. Walked 16, so still struggling with that control just a little bit, but has struck out 25, also hit 5 batters. We know Maryland's been very patient, so the key is going to be Marcus to come out and attack the strike zone, try to get on top of the hitters, and then do his best to finish them off. Hawkeye pitchers just struck out 2 batters today, 2 Maryland batters, which is a pretty low number for Iowa.
Well, it just feels like we haven't seen Marcus in a while. I think maybe back to a midweek. We probably saw him against Western Michigan last weekend, I guess.
Somewhere in there,
yeah. Yeah, in that series. So it's nice to see Morgan back on the mound, and hope that he has a good outing for the Hawkeyes. Maryland leading 3-1, top 7, and good part of the order coming up for the visitors. 3-4-5, led off by Shaw in this inning. First pitch from Morgan. Hard fastball, called strike.
And Marcus has been close in his starts. He's been good for 2 innings, has struggled in the 3rd, can usually bounce back in the 4th. So it's not like he just hasn't thrown any strikes or been all over the place. He's just been a little bit of his, he might be the pitcher that's been most bit by free bases.
Yeah.
When he gives up a walk, he seemed to really be punished for it.
And he had Shaw fooled, strikes him out on 3 pitches. How about that, Marcus Morgan?
Did somebody just finally get Shaw out?
Yes. Yes, got him.
Marcus Morgan for mayor.
All right. He's got my vote. Here's Matt Woods. Morgan's ready in the pitch. That's outside for a ball.
Love the way there was no fooling around either. You want it? Here it comes.
Here it is.
Do what you got to do.
Working quickly out of the windup as Woods squares to bunt and got hit by the pitch. Yes, he did. He'll go down to first.
Boy, if you want to argue about one, there's one to argue about.
I'm not sure where that hit him, John. I think I blinked literally and missed it.
Well, since Moss caught it, it clearly didn't hit him very hard.
Got him in the shin.
So you say.
So the Terps have a runner on first. With 1 out in the 7th, here's Keister. First pitch strike from Morgan on the outside corner.
And again, that's been Marcus's trouble is he's tried to work inside the left-handers. He's really been, he's overdone it. And a little bit of that almost sidearm, sideways action gets all the way in. Just hasn't been able to control that quite as well.
Just off the plate, low and outside with the 0-1. Good block by Moss. Short lead at first. 1-1. There it is. Called strike at the knees. Nice breaking ball. Threw that one hard, 87 miles an hour. And it got in there at the knees. 1-2. Morgan takes his time. Moss setting up outside. The 1-2, feels it, deals it, grounded right back to Morgan. His only play will be to first. Underhand toss is successful. 2 down in the Maryland 7th.
Yeah, that was not the best underhand toss, and a pretty interesting catch from DeRiggi as he just kind of trapped it onto the ground. Probably there was a whole lot of unconventional there is what we're going to call that.
DeRiggy's getting a workout over there at first today, isn't he? He's had a couple of throws that he's had to really focus on grabbing.
And sometimes the pitcher never really, your regular infielders don't really think about it. They just fire it across the diamond. Your pitchers, for some reason, tend to think about those throws a little bit.
Yeah.
And boy, do they end up in some weird spots sometimes.
Maryland will go with a new hitter in their DH spot. This is Ian Petrutz. Played in yesterday's games. Marszlak gets the start today, but now it's Petrutz. Check swing and got a piece of it. Hit it foul to the left side. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs in the Maryland 7th. They've got a runner out there at second base. Terrapins leading 3-1. Did all their damage in the first and second.
Petrutz just 247 on the year, but good pop. 7 home runs.
1-1. Ground ball to Honar. He'll charge it. Scoop it, throw it, got him at first. All right, good job, Marcus Morgan. How about that?
That was very well done by Marcus. Came in through strikes, attacked the zone, and maybe he wants to claim the Saturday spot back.
Bottom of the 7th. Coming up right after this, Iowa trailing 3-1. Right on the brink of getting back into this one. We'll stretch things out. We'll be back for the bottom half right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Your husband is pretty handy to have around. He makes the world's best mac and cheese.
Lunch is ready.
He's in the Tickle Monster Hall of Fame. And he can teach anyone how to throw strikes. But a busted pipe and a basement full of water?
Honey, I think we need a plumber.
Is a little out of his league. That's where a homeowner's policy from Shelter Insurance comes in handy. We'll help get your house back in order and your husband back to what he does best.
Find an agent at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Iowa trailing Maryland 3-1 in the bottom of the 7th. It'll be Wilmus, Seegers, and Hucksdorf due up in this inning. Over there at Pearl Field, the Hawkeye softball team, they're tied at 2 in the bottom of the 7th with 20th ranked Northwestern. Iowa softball off to a pretty good start, especially in conference play, trying to knock off the ranked Wildcats. 2-2 in the 7th.
I know track and field's near and dear to your heart. Kaylin Walker, 10.2 in the 100 meters, tied for second all time at Iowa.
Track is spread across the country this weekend. We get competition in California, Texas, and Florida.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, coast to coast. All right, here's Wilmus. Down in the count, 0-1. Lippman still the pitcher for Maryland. It's 1-1 now after the slider missed low and outside. Wilmus today doesn't have an official at bat.
He's
walked twice.
He's done nothing, but that's not exactly accurate either.
1-1, outside again, ball 2.
Lippman's not a guy that walks a ton of guys. But, again, trying to make him get into a part of the plate you like. Get a chance where you can drive it and take some more control over the at-bat.
2-1, that's high, just below the eyes, ball 3. All right, got into this situation in the last inning with Cade Moss. He swung at a 3-1 pitch that was in on the hands and got sawed off right back to the pitcher with the bases loaded. Got to be selective here within reason. Ben, the 3-1, he took that one for a strike right down the middle, 3-2.
And that's kind of that upper range of the strike zone, so not a pitch Ben's going to typically do anything with. He's not a guy that's going to bounce one off Carver, so.
3-2, that's too high that time. Great job by Ben Wilmus.
I didn't want to say it to jinx him because you'd mentioned it earlier. 667 leading off an inning. Obviously now it's successful two in a row here, so doing a nice job and working the at-bat. And Ben, the batting average is up. He's gotten it up to 296, but gosh, the on-base percentage now is up over 550.
Outstanding.
So just a really good job.
Sets the table now in the bottom of the 7th for Michael Seegers. He's batting 9th today for the Hawkeyes. What about a bunt here, Michael? If you could get one down. First pitch to Seegers is outside. They'll try to throw down to first. Wilmus is back without too much pressure, too much stress. And so Lippman is missed on a few in a row now.
And unlike Haberthier, Lippman is slow to the plate, so Wilmus would have a little bit better chance here. Got good velocity though, upper 80s, so I want to pick that correct pitch to run on.
Count is 1-0 for Seegers in the bottom of the 7th. Nobody out. Wilmus at first has got a pretty good lead. Extends it to the cut of the grass. Now thinking about taking an extra step. He'll split it for now. Lippman with the pause. 1-0 pitch to Seegers. Ground ball right to short. Flip to second for one. On to first. Double play. 6-4-3. And 2 down in the 7th.
We can't have nice things.
Just unlucky.
You wonder why I was nervous about the basketball game last night.
Well, 2 down. Just start it with the top of the order and Kyle Huckstorf. Lippman out of the windup. Pitch to Huckstorf is low. Ball 1. Maryland leading 3-1. Hawks have had a few base runners today. 3 hits in total. Huckstorf takes this in on the hands for another ball. 2-0.
A lot of good quality at bats coming for the Hawkeyes still. I can feel it.
Yep. Well, with the top of the order right now, you think a bloop and a blast and we're tied. And certainly capable hitters coming up. Here's the 2-0 to Huck. That's up again. Ball 3.
Again, Lippman, not a high walk guy, but wasn't particularly sharp to Wilmus. Hasn't been good at all here to Huckstorf.
Yeah, and he missed all over the place there. So now a 4-pitch walk to Huckstorf will put a runner on for Keaton Anthony,
who is a guy that likes to hit a high fly ball to right field.
Yes, can go opposite field. The wind still pulling the flags taut off their poles to right. We'll have time called and a brief mound visit.
You hope
by the pitching coach.
You hope it's a brief mound visit.
Yeah. Well, we know the home plate umpire, Andrew Fulton. He won't let him hang out there for too long, right?
He's taking some notes right now, though, so he's not. I wonder if they have an internal clock or if they have just a really clock that finally says, yeah, okay, that's enough. I'm going to walk out there now.
Well, whatever it is, he got to that point. He's headed out to break up the mound visit.
But the pitching coach is completely ignoring him at this point.
What do you think they talk about? What do you think they talk about? The shortstop is, hey, he's coming. Well,
I think somebody there is 100% a sign that one of the infielders gives the coach that says,
yeah, something like, hey, he's coming. Here he is.
He flags it out for sure. And then it's a matter of, does he have a point to prove, or is he just going to break it up before he gets there?
All right, here is Keaton Anthony. First pitch to him. That's low. Ball 1. Seegers, Huckstorf is over there at first.
You could probably argue either way for Huckstorf trying to steal a base here, but you get into scoring position so that a single you can cut the lead in half, but you want to create traffic and create distraction for Keaton at the plate too. So
the focus does seem to be on home plate right now. The 2-0 to Anthony. That's low again. Ball 3. Lippman has missed on 7 in a row.
7 straight pitches and obviously walked Wilmus to lead off, and we talked about he's a low walk guy, but he also threw yesterday, and so throws yesterday, come back today, completely different conditions. It's cold, maybe it's not quite as easy.
3-0 is a called strike, so he does bring it over for the first one of the at bat. 3 balls and a strike with 2 outs to Anthony. Runner at first is Huckstorf. Iowa trailing 3-1.
Keaton wasn't going to hit that out to right field.
That's a tough one in on the hands. Here's the 3-1. Half swing, and he went around, got a piece of it. 3-2 now.
Yeah, chased that one out of the zone. Should be Brendan Deriggi now with 2 on and a chance to give the Hawks the lead, but we'll see if Keaton can make up for it.
All right, Huckstorf will be going on the pitch. The 3-2. Outside, ball 4.
It's all right, we just made him throw an extra pitch. Got there.
3 walks in the inning for Lippman.
We'll see if he lets him throw the Deriggi. Nope.
That answer is no.
Resounding and quickly.
Yes. Head coach Rob Vaught, he's on his way out. And so that'll do it for Lippman. He'll exit the game with 2 outs in the 7th. Runners on 1st and 2nd. The Terps go to the bullpen. We'll take a quick pitching change break. When we come back, we'll get you the new stats on the pitcher for the Terps right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs, but what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Brendan Deriggi will be the batter for the Hawkeyes in the bottom of the 7th, trailing Maryland 3-1, but 2 on and 2 out for the Hawkeye power hitter. New pitcher into the game for the Terps. They'll double dip on repeat pitchers. They'll go with Dave Falco.
Falco got the save yesterday, but it wasn't completely uneventful as he threw an inning, walked 2, struck out 1, but again, finished it up to get the save in the 9th. 12th appearance on the season, 6.46 ERA, 15 1/3 innings, 13 hits, 14 runs allowed, 11 of those have been earned, 13 walks, and 11 strikeouts. So, at some point, I assume we're going to probably see then Nigel Belgrave will come back in
to keep the trend going. Right?
I mean, they've still got 7 outs to get. And
this almost feels like the Illinois State game, but flip the sides, where Maryland jumped on us early, and we've been hanging around trying to break through. First pitch to Deriggi. At his low, ball 1. Way to lay off that one. It was close.
That was very close. You finally have a Let's Go Hawks chant going on around here. You got a little bit more, finally starting to get some energy, and now up to the Hawks to help kind of continue that and add to the fire.
1-0, Deriggi fouled it off to the left side. Middle with that one. Couldn't turn on it.
Fastball up just a bit in the zone. Deriggi tried to go up and get it. Couldn't get all the way there. But yeah, that's one to bounce off Hawkins and that little Buick that was just driving past.
Yes. Throw it again. Throw it again. The 1-1. This one drilled to right. Get going, baby.
Come on.
It is gone.
Yes!
It is gone. Home run. Brennan Deriggi. Boom. Hawks lead.
Sorry, I ruined your call.
That's all right, John. Hawks lead.
I so needed that. That was Brendan Deriggi gets up on one, drives it 102. Didn't hit it a mile over the wall, but after having one stolen yesterday, it was far enough over. The Hawks take the lead here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Right on cue, Deriggi drilled it to right. Hawks lead 4-3 in the bottom of the 7th.
Home run number 4 for Deriggi on the year. RBIs 27, 8, and 9.
And that got the place on their feet. Here's Raider Tello. First pitch is high for a ball.
And now you go from can Marcus Morgan keep us close to Christopherson and Luke Llewellyn probably warming up a little bit.
Yeah. 1-0 pitch to Tello. That's outside for a ball, 2-0. Just a smooth, beautiful swing from DeRiggi is what that is. A left-hander that just kind of opens it up and lets it fly.
You wanted him to throw the same pitch. He pretty much did, and DeRiggi didn't miss.
Tello tried to match him and swinging for the fences. Comes up empty there, 2-1.
Crowd giving the Raider the chant that they've had since Lubbock.
2-1, there it is on the outside corner. It's 2-2. It's totally changed what Iowa's plan is the rest of the game now.
And everybody's got, the crowd has a little bit more pep. The dugout rails up. I mean, everybody's got a little bit more zip going now.
2-2, Tello gets a piece of it and fouls it back.
I'm happier.
Little weight off the shoulders. We just had to keep chipping away, right? Not done yet, obviously, but just to see something successful come through. Iowa's had a ton of great at-bats in this series. 2-2 to Tello. Chased a high fastball. He's down on strikes, but the 3-run shot, Brennan DeRiggi to right, gives Iowa the lead, 4-3. We're back for the 8th inning right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Well, it'll be Marcus Morgan to take the ball in the 8th. Iowa leading Maryland 4-3. 7, 8, 9 due up for the Terps, Hakopian or Lambros.
Spot the Hawks haven't found themselves in all day.
With the lead, right?
With the lead. Maryland with 2 in the first. Hawks didn't come to the plate, didn't do anything where they've been ahead all day. After the home run.
First pitch swinging is Hakopian, and it's a base hit into center.
Good swing there. He took the fastball and just took it right back up the middle, pounded it really. Thought maybe when it caught the edge of the mound that Honard have a small chance at it, but couldn't get over there. And now if you're Maryland at the bottom of the order, you're probably playing for a run here, so you might see some small ball action.
So Morgan gives up a hit. It'll be Orr. First pitch to him, up and in, almost hit him. Orr got out of the way, thankfully for Iowa.
No freebies. No freebies.
Got to make them earn it now after taking the lead.
You battled back. You've only got 4 hits today, but you've got the lead now. If they're going to beat you, make them beat you by hitting the baseball.
Morgan missing outside, 2-0.
Will Christopherson with some increased urgency warming up over there.
Yeah, we'll get a mound visit from pitching coach Sean McGrath here to buy Christopherson some time down there in the Hawkeye bullpen.
When corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin, and you could win even more from Iowa corn.
Christopherson moving even closer to the gate here, and he might be coming in right now.
It looks like we're talking about an injury here.
Not able to bring him in yet, apparently, so Coach McGrath will come to the dugout. Maybe Morgan throws one pitch, and then Coach Heller comes out and they get a change. I'm not sure why they wouldn't let him make the change. But Christofferson is standing down the right field line with the gate open. He's ready to come in when the time comes, which appears to be sooner rather than later.
Interesting. I mean, because if that's an injury too, then yeah, Christofferson needs to get back on the mound and start throwing.
2-0 is hit foul. It's 2-1. How do you just let Marcus go? I don't know. It's an interesting situation right now.
Again, it depends on your purpose there. I mean, because I think if he was hurt, then obviously Christo can come in and take as many warm-up tosses as he needs.
2-1 inside for a ball, 3-1 just off the plate. Good pitch by Morgan, but good job by Orr to lay off it.
Yeah, but if you're not, so now Christo's back trying to get loose and kind of continue to heat up, and Marcus needs to try to come back in the at-bat.
And he does with an outside corner fastball, 3-2. This would be big time for Morgan and the Hawkeyes if he can get Orr out in any way. Runner at first with nobody out, top 8. Iowa's just now regained the lead 4-3.
6-4-3.
Pitch from Morgan, line drive right center. Wilmus sprinting forward, he's got it for the first out of the inning as his hat goes flying off out there in right. One down.
That'll work too. That ball had, good thing it kind of got up in the air, had a little bit of slice to it. I thought originally it was going to kind of be right, just a good solid gap shot. The ball got up in the air and tracked right over to Wilmus. Now Lambros has been a tough number 9 hitter. No easy out here.
Yeah, one down in the Maryland 8th. Sticking with Marcus Morgan right now. First pitch, that's a strike. High in the zone.
Lambros 1 for 3 on the day, 256 on the season. As he showed yesterday, too. He's got some pop down here in the 9 spot.
Yeah, he's kind of done it all for the Terps this weekend. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 0-2.
Yeah, with Schliger on deck, you know, the left-hander likes to crowd the plate. I don't know.
Good pitch from Morgan, but it's off the plate outside. With the chase pitch.
96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah, I've noticed, you know, we both have, that Morgan's velocity's been up since that little bullpen stint. 1 ball, 2 strikes, feels it, deals it, just outside, 2-2.
Much better pitch there. Very tempting. You know, very much eye candy to try to go swing.
Brought it back a little closer. Now it's 2-2. The pitch from Morgan.
Oh, are you kidding?
That's low, ball 3.
Oh, jeez.
So Marcus has got to put it
center of the plate, knee high. I guess he's got to be center of the plate, thigh high.
Careful with that. Here comes the 3-2 from Morgan. Drilled to right center, carrying well. Wilmus going back. Wilmus, it's over his head. It gets down. Huckstorf picks it up and gets it in quickly. It'll be runners on second and third for Maryland with 1 out in the 8th.
Boy, that is unfortunate there.
So now, what a sequence of events there. Top of the order for the Terps. Iowa still leading 4-3, but the tying run is at third. The go-ahead run is at second. 1 out in the inning.
Can't believe we aren't going to see Coach Heller take a walk here.
I'm pretty surprised, too, at this point, but
doesn't look like it. Huh.
Sticking with Morgan for now. Runners on second and third, 1 out. Top of the order, here's Schliger. First pitch from Morgan. High and out, ball 1.
Interestingly enough, though, this would be a tough matchup for Christo, too, although we're going to get it now after the first pitch.
Notice that a few times lately. In the middle of an at-bat, we make a pitching change. And a lot of teams do it. I guess I shouldn't say we as in just Iowa, but you've seen it a lot more this season. And so the Hawkeyes will go to the bullpen. We'll see who it is. It's Will Christopherson. Here he comes, galloping in from the bullpen in right. We'll take a pitching change break. Tense times in Iowa City. Hawks lead 4-3, but Maryland threatening in the 8th. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Iowa 4, Maryland 3 in the top of the 8th inning. The Terrapins have runners on second and third with one out. Iowa going to the bullpen with Will Christopherson.
2-1 on the season. This will be his 12th appearance, team leading 12th appearance, 5.06 ERA. 10 2/3 innings, giving up just 6 hits, 7 runs, 6 have been earned, has walked 8, but struck out 23. So comes into a spot where a strikeout would be extremely helpful. And he's going to come into a hitter that really likes to crowd the plate. He's already got a 1-0 count. Left-handed hitter crowding the plate, which is kind of right in Christo's slider kill zone. So we'll see how he attacks him and what he does with him.
That the last couple of starts, or the last couple of appearances for Christopherson have not been sharp. Struggled at Illinois State, struggled with South Dakota State. Tries to right the ship in this outing. Runners on second and third. 1-0 pitch from Christopherson, and it hit him. One pitch, and he hits the Terrapin batter. Bases loaded.
It was unfortunately what I thought it would be a tough matchup, but now you go ahead and buckle up here and try to get through it.
So now here's LaRusso, who's 3 for 4. First pitch from Christopherson, inside for a ball. Started with the slider. One out in the inning. The double play is back in as an option. He can get a ground ball somewhere. 1-0 pitch. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. 1-1.
Good pitch there by Christopherson. Had shown the slider on the inside, went right back out, showed it on the other side of the plate.
The pause from Christopherson. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
Elevated that one and got it up kind of over the bat that time. But now here with the bases loaded, you can't get too fine. You know, it still has to be kind of within the framework so that Cade Moss can come up with it.
Here is the 1-2 slider way outside. Moss had to basically dive over there to stop it. 2-2.
And you see that every once in a while from Will. You know, it's almost like the release point's just a little late. He pulls that one a little bit and gets it over into that left-handed batter's box.
What will Christopherson go with here? The 2-2 fouled back to the pad. LaRusso singled and scored in the first, doubled in the second, singled in the fourth. He did strike out his last time up.
We could use that one.
Yeah, the last one would be all right. Iowa leading 4-3, top 8. Bases loaded, one out. Christopherson's got the sign. Here's the pitch. That's low, ball 3.
Option 4. I'll go with option 4. Strike out.
Got to find a way here. Moss will flash the signs. Christofferson agrees. The 3-2 fouled back. Outstanding battle between these two right here.
Well, and we've talked about how good of a hitter he is. I mean, this is just had some really professional at bats here so far this weekend. Up to Will now to help out the Hawkeyes.
Step back. Time called. Raider Tello making a bit of an adjustment over there at third where he's lined up at. We'll do it again with the 3-2. High ball 4. Walked in a run. We're tied at 4 in the 8th.
And unfortunately not out of trouble here yet with just 1 out. And scary dude coming to the plate.
Shortstop Matt Shaw.
Here's Matt Shaw. And you really don't really need a reminder of what he did yesterday in this situation. He comes up again with the bases loaded. Hit a grand slam yesterday. 1 out in the 8th. We are tied at 4. First pitch from Christofferson. Check swing. Did he go? They say no on this one. Ball high. Shaw today hit a sac fly. He struck out. He's also singled and been hit by a pitch. 1-0 from Christofferson. Up and in, ball 2. Have to find a way to hold the Terps at 1. We're tied at 4. Bases loaded for Maryland with 1 out in the 8th. 2 balls, no strikes. Pitch on its way home. Low, ball 3.
Just having a hard time with it. That one was better. The first 2 pitches weren't particularly tempting to Shaw. In fact, he almost got hit by one of them. And then that one, when you're ahead 2-0, there's really no emphasis to chase, and so you're just able to stay away from it.
There's a strike on the 3-0 pitch.
So it went back to fastball there, probably the first one he's thrown today.
Shaw's dangerous as it is, but when he's got a count that is in his favor, even more so. Here's one on the ground to the right side. Honar bounces off his glove into right field. 1 run is in. Here comes another. The throw cut off at second. And Maryland leads 6-4.
We talk about trying to get outs or run-saving outs. It's it's not an easy play, but it
was not going to be a double play ball.
Not going to be a double play ball, but it's a ball that Honar's got to keep in front of him, and you'd like to think he picks that and is able to throw him out at first, but unfortunately not able to clean up any of it, and Hawks will make another pitching change as Will's not able to get an out.
All right, Maryland has answered back. After Iowa scored 3 in the bottom of the 7th to take the lead, the Terps have pushed across 3 in the top of the 8th. And so Maryland now leads 6-4. We'll go with Luke Llewellyn. We'll get to him in just a minute after this pitching change break. Maryland 6, Iowa 4. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win, catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4-Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Top of the 8th inning, Maryland has pushed 3 across. They lead 6-4, not out of trouble yet, with a couple of runners in scoring position, rather on the corners for Maryland. With 1 out, Iowa turns to Luke Llewellyn to get him out of trouble.
2.08 ERA for Luke in his 11th appearance on the season, 1-0 with a save, 13 innings, 7 hits allowed, 3 runs. They've all been earned, 8 walks, 17 strikeouts. And Luke did come in yesterday, gave up a hit as he pitched a clean 9th inning.
Yes.
Is that Luke's doing?
Yes.
And he's going to need to put out a fire here and keep it kind of right where it is, so that Iowa's got a chance to come back again in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Batter is Woods. He squares to bunt and hits it foul down the third base line. Woods today hit a sacrifice fly and was hit by a pitch. The other 2 times he flied out to left.
He might have got hit by a pitch when he squared around to bunt too. One of those guys did.
Mm-hmm. Runner at first, runner at third for Maryland. They lead 6-4 in the 8th. 0-1 is high and away from the left-handed hitter, evening the count at 1. Llewellyn is ready, squaring to bunt again. This one hit the batter. So the runner will go to, will have to stay at third. And the bases will be loaded again for the Terrapins on the hit by pitch.
Hawks wanted the appeal that maybe the ball actually hit the bat instead. Not supported by the third base umpire.
And Woods is a little bit shaken up down the first base line. I'm not sure where he got hit at, but he stands at first, and the bases once again loaded for Maryland in the 8th.
Again, second time he's squared around, I'm fairly certain, and been hit by a pitch. So, and not only that, he's getting hit in awkward spots for batters, you know, because he's kind of facing up and doing something a little bit unusual in his plate appearance.
1 out, swing and a miss by Keister. Start from Llewellyn. Keister today, he's 0 for 3. He was also hit by a pitch.
I feel like there's a theme there somewhere.
Iowa's hit 5 batters today.
Wolf.
0-1 from Llewellyn. That's high at the letters. Ball 1.
You mentioned it was kind of an opportunity. Hawkeyes had a chance to try to get through the bottom of the order so that get to the 9th, face the top with the lead, but
1-1. Batter went around in the box, crossed the plane, and so it's 1-2. Yeah, that feels like an eternity ago that Hakopian was in here.
Well, it was 2 pitchers ago.
Yeah. Llewellyn looking for the strikeout. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out. Bases loaded for the Terps. Pitch from Luke. That's low for a ball.
Just missed.
Pause from Llewellyn, the 2-2. Line drive to DeRiggi, who caught it over there at first. He's got nowhere else to go, but a line drive out. Good job by Brennan to stop that one. Probably clears the bases if it gets down.
I'd almost guarantee that. Good heads-up base running there from that was Woods down at first base. You know, especially a guy that just got hit by a pitch and might be a little less than engaged or angry, and but did a good job. As DeRiggi had to go up and get it, and Woods scrambled back to first base behind him.
Still runners on every base for the Terrapins. 2 down. Here's Petrutz. First pitch from Llewellyn is high and away. Ball 1.
I like Luke, one of those tough guys too. No sleeves, just I don't care. It's not cold.
Battling, yes.
Just give it to me.
Down on the count, though, now 2-0. Got to find a way to throw a strike here. Top of the 8th, Maryland scored 3 in the inning to regain the lead at 6-4. It'll be Peterson, Honar, and Moss due up for the Hawkeyes in the bottom of the 8th. 2-0 pitch is a called strike on the outside corner, 2-1. Big difference between 2-1 and 3-0, isn't it?
Whew.
Especially with the bases loaded.
Monstrous, yeah.
Llewellyn's got his sign from Cade Moss, and the 2-1. Line foul to the left side, 2-2.
Now all of a sudden you're back in the at bat.
It's got that delivery from 12 o'clock. Maybe you go with a breaking ball and you trust Cade to block it away.
Yep, because then he can just step on the plate if he can't catch it cleanly.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Llewellyn is ready. Pause in the pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him.
How about fastball instead?
Take that. Totally opposite of anything close to an off-speed in the dirt. He goes with the high heater. Maryland will leave them loaded, but they've done enough damage to retake the lead. It's 6-4 heading to the bottom of the 8th. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Iowa trailing Maryland in the bottom of the 8th inning, 6-4. The Terps just took the lead. Iowa try to answer with Peterson, Honar, and Moss due up in the inning, and they'll face off against a new Maryland pitcher. This one is Tommy Kane. He's back in again. He pitched yesterday.
He pitched yesterday, threw 2/3 of an inning yesterday, gave up 2 hits, a run, and a walk. The Hawks got to him pretty good. 5.60 ERA. This will be his 11th appearance. 17 2/3 innings, 17 hits, 13 runs. 11 of those are earned. 7 walks, 22 strikeouts. Yeah, you were just kind of commenting, does this set Maryland up for their having anybody they want to throw tomorrow? I guess the answer to that is no. When you look at their stats, Belgrave, Lippman, Kane, and Falco all have double-digit appearances, and that's who we've basically seen. We haven't seen Belgrave again today, but we did see him yesterday. Otherwise, you're looking at starters or 1 appearance. There's 5 appearances. There's Falco. There's starter. A lot of guys that start or don't make any appearances, basically, or haven't made very many so far this year.
Well, Peterson trying to lead things off for the Hawkeyes. They got their leadoff man on in each of the last 2 innings. He's down in the count right now, though, 0-2.
Went chasing after that one just a little bit. Breaking ball kind of came inside on him.
Kane is a left-handed pitcher. Got that slow delivery. Peterson shoots this into right for a base hit. One hopping in front of the right fielder. The leadoff man on once again for the Hawkeyes, this time in the 8th.
He thought about trying to make a diving play as Woods thought, hey, I can catch this. And then discretion, the better part of valor there, decided to retreat, move to the side, and play it on a hop. As the Hawks yesterday said, knock Kane around a little bit, so they've got a chance here again.
Good lead at first from Peterson. Here's Honar. First pitch outside. Ball 1. Honar is the tying run. Go-ahead run is, for now, Cade Moss in the on-deck circle. 1-0 to Honar. That's high and out again. 2-0.
Again, Kane, low 90s with the fastball. Good curveball, good slider.
Outside corner on the pitch at 92. It's all right. Honar, mainly a pull guy on the fastball. 2 balls and a strike. They'll check on Peterson. He was ready for it, and he was able to get back without a dive.
Not only was he able to get back, that throw, nice play there from the first baseman. That ball was destined to skip down the line. Hakopian just kind of blocks it and corrals it. Good goalie move there.
Way outside on the 2-1 pitch to Honar. So now it could be selective. 3 balls and a strike with nobody out in the bottom of the 8th. Iowa trailing by 2. Here's the pitch. That is a called strike, low and outside corner. Good portion of the plate. 3-2.
Yeah, Honar tried to sell it, but that was that's a pretty good pitch there.
Good pitch. Full count offering. Here it is. Honar sends it back. Foul ball.
Honar does probably feel like somebody owes him a base or an RBI after after the last day or two.
A little bit of tough luck for Honar this weekend. The 3-2, swing and a miss. He's out number 1. A couple of strikeouts for Sam today. Great swing, just missed it. Here's Cade Moss.
Kane went a little bit against scouting report. Normally throws a lot of breaking stuff lefty on lefty. Once he got behind in the count, he actually kind of reversed it and just kept going back to fastballs. 92-mile-an-hour fastball up and out over the plate there. Honar just couldn't keep up with it.
Moss will take the first pitch for a strike. Breaking ball that drops in right down the heart of the plate. 0-1 to the Hawkeye catcher.
And that's the idea with Kane. If you see that curveball up high, you can attack it. It's going to be a strike. If it starts as a strike, it's going to break out of the zone.
Cade slaps this foul to the right side. He's quickly down 0-2. Got to protect here, find a way. A lot of room on the right side, so if he tries to go on the outside corner, he could just throw the hands at it and shoot it over there. 0-2, line drive into center. It is down for a base hit. Digging for third is Peterson. He'll get there. Runners at the corners. Thank you, Cade Moss.
Good piece of base running there from Petey. Read it the whole way. Saw it was going to fall in front of, oh, geez, throwing a blank.
Lambros
already
yeah.
got. How do you forget him? Geez. So the ball falls right in front. Hawks are in business here again. Bottom of the 8th inning.
It'll be Ben Wilmus with an opportunity to add to the number of hits in the inning. 2 for Iowa so far. Peterson with a single. Moss with a single right there.
And I don't know what, I mean, again, just kind of based on the numbers, they already went to the guy that closed the game yesterday in Falco. You know, whether they go back to Belgrave, if runs into trouble here, we're gonna. But otherwise, I'm not sure who you're going to trust in that bullpen just based on the number of appearances.
Love to find out, John.
Actually, I just love to take care of business right here and then let Llewellyn finish it out in the top of the 9th.
Still having a discussion between the home plate umpire and the Maryland coaching staff about mound visits. Now we're ready to get things underway in this at-bat for Ben Wilmus. Has not had an official at-bat today. He's walked 3 times. Runners on the corners with 1 out. The pitch to Wilmus. Outside corner, called strike.
Good pitch there. He's been a little bit of all over, but comes right out with the fastball, dots the outside part of the plate.
0-1, swing and miss. 0-2.
Goes right back and attacks pretty much the same spot. Actually caught more of the plate there. Now Ben will have to be ready. Again, any ball that spins up high, it's coming down in the zone, be alive. Try to stay away from the other.
0-2, check swing. They'll send it down to first. He did not go. Nice breaking ball low and in, but it's a ball, 1-2.
Love the sell job, though, trying to get that call, but dugouts yelling, yeah, appeal down to first.
The 1-2. Popped foul. Out of play to the right side. We'll do it again.
A really good fastball again. Low and away. Just paints the outside part of the plate. Wilmus, good at bat. Goes down, pokes it away. To your point with Moss, he's got some room out there in right center.
Swing and a miss on the 1-2, and so Wilmus is out number 2. It'll be up to Michael Seegers to keep the opportunity alive for the Hawkeyes in the 8th.
Kane thought there was 3 outs. He was walking off the mound, headed to the dugout.
Not quite.
Love to have seen the catcher just sling that back out to the mound and have Kane be gone, but
would have gone to center field, wouldn't it?
Would have gone to center field.
Maryland 6, Iowa 4. Bottom 8, 2 on, 2 out for the Hawkeyes. Here's Seegers. The pitch to Michael is low and in. Ball 1.
Ish. We still have the mysterious strike zone.
Runner takes off for second. This pitch is low. It's 2-0 now. 2 in scoring position. Well, a base hit now all of a sudden could tie it.
Not sure whether that hit Schliger or hit the umpire. Kind of looked back like he was looking back, thanking the umpire a little bit. So might have missed Schliger and hit the umpire. But yeah, big spot here. I mean, this is where Coach Heller can look like a genius for flipping that order over.
Here is the 2-0 to Michael. That's high. Oh, called a strike. 2-1. In the zone, just looked a little bit higher. Kane ready, the 2-1. Breaking ball.
That's
3-1.
That's the same height as the last pitch, and so there's no question why anybody is puzzled as to what's his strike right now.
2 in scoring position for Seegers. Pops it foul. Iowa's taken a lot of healthy cuts today, but really struggled to put it in between the white lines. We've seen a lot of foul balls today.
Just 6 hits. And I guess the good news for Iowa is they've come in bunches.
Here we go with the 3-2. Line drive to right. The right fielder is sprinting forward. Woods is there, and he's got it for the 3rd out of the inning. Iowa strands 2 in scoring position. We'll head to the 9th. Hawks trail 6-4. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Top of the 9th inning, Maryland leading Iowa 6-4. Luke Llewellyn trying to hold the Terps here in the top half of the inning. We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, again, bottom 3rd of the order for the Terrapins. They led it off in the 8th with a single, then a flyout, and then a double. Iowa not able to limit the damage by 7, 8, 9. They're great hitters down there. It'll be Hakopian, Orr, and Lambros. And the Terps have a 2-run lead.
And Hakopian's 2 for 4 today. Yep. Scored a run. So, I mean, he's been and actually lined out to Tello in the 1st inning with, I think the bases were loaded when he lined out in the 1st inning. So he's had some good at-bats today, and 2 for 4 kind of shows a little bit of that.
Llewellyn returning to the mound for the Hawkeyes. First pitch is up and in for a ball. 1-0 is in there for a strike, 1-1.
Well, it's just taking a glance. Maryland 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position. Iowa 1 for 7. So neither team's been particularly good when they've had runners on second and third.
1-1 pitch is high, 2-1. Those are hitting stats that aren't great, either side.
Not great, Bob.
Yeah, Maryland's got 10 hits, but compared to Iowa's 6. 2-1 from Llewellyn. Off the end of the bat, foul towards the Iowa batting cages. 2-2.
Iowa does have 7 walks today. That's been good. But boy, the other side, Iowa has. Maryland doesn't have that many walks, but does have quite a few hit by pitches. So
Llewellyn looking in for the sign from Moss. He's got it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. That's way high, ball 3. I think we've hit 5 rather.
Yeah, we've hit 5. Just kind of glancing at that, and Maryland's hit 1.
Pretty even, I would guess, then in the free base category. 3-2 from Llewellyn. Not going to be even anymore as pitch is low and in, and it's a leadoff walk for Maryland in the 9th.
You know, Hawks had done a pretty good job. You know, the first 2 innings, Maryland put the leadoff runner on. Just one other time had that happened, and unfortunately, all 3 times previously they've done it, they've scored.
Yeah.
So important here for Iowa to buckle up and prevent any bigger hole.
The 8-hitter and left fielder Jacob Orr is the batter. Well, it's struggling right now. This counts 1-0 after that one missed low.
You know, in both teams, just 56, 57% strikes. And, I mean, it's a difficult day. Conditions. Oof.
2-0 now, up and away on the 1-0 pitch.
Conditions help keep the ball in the park, but pitchers just, you know, whether it's the grip on some of those balls, just had a hard time with, especially some of the breaking balls. It's what it feels like Iowa pitchers have hit Maryland batters with.
Yeah. 2-0, called strike, 2-1. High part of the zone.
That pitch is almost exactly where the last one was.
Orr today is 0 for 4. There's a nice pitch from Llewellyn on the inside corner, and it's now 2-2.
If you're a pitcher, it's a little bit easier because basically you just aim at the middle of the plate and figure, you know, you've got all the area to miss. It just makes it very difficult for hitters to come up there and not really have a defined strike zone here in the 9th inning by now.
2-2 is shot into the net to the right side. We'll do it again. Nobody out in the inning. Maryland leading 6-4 in the 9th. Just really, we've talked about consistency being the primary trait that umpires need to have. We'll get to that in a second. 2-2 from Llewellyn. Called third strike. Got him with the breaking ball and dropped it in there for the first out of the inning. But to your point, it's hard as a hitter and a team when you just don't sense that consistency.
Well, and again, to use the basketball analogy, you want to know what a foul is. You know, you want to know whether you can, you know, can I hand check? How long can I hand check? Can I put a forearm on? You know, what can you do as a hitter? Good block, but great read there from the runner.
Pitch was in the dirt. Runner will advance to second base. That's Hawkeyes. Now he's in scoring position with 1 out.
You know, you just want to know as a hitter, you know, like I said, they're well trained on what their strike zone is. Every hitter's better at it than others, but they know kind of where that zone is, and to then not know whether it's going to be called or not is pretty tough.
Llewellyn bounces back with a strike on the inside corner. 1-1 to Lambros.
I guess the argument to that is swing the bat. If it looks close, swing it. But
that's risky, you know, too, because that's you're cheating yourself then.
Well, exactly. I mean, because there's some of those pitches that you aren't going to be able to do anything with. So, from a hitter's perspective, a lot of times you are better off taking them.
1 ball, 1 strike with 1 out. Pitch from Llewellyn. That's low again. 2-1. Iowa's got a couple of pitchers throwing in the bullpen. Cade Obermueller, Chaz Wheatley. If Llewellyn needs some help. 2-1 to Lambros. Runner takes off for third. Throw down is not in time. Great lead. You could see the shuffle when Llewellyn looked home, and that was not close over there at third. And now Hakopian stands there with less than 2 outs. Count 3-1.
I think that's that vault they talk about, and if you get the vault and the pitcher doesn't stop you, then you just keep right on moving. And unfortunately for Llewellyn, he vaulted and Llewellyn didn't look back, and he just kept kind of right on walking and going and stole the base relatively easily.
3 balls and a strike. Infield in for Iowa. The pitch, that's high, ball 4.
Boy, now you get back to the top of this order, which has just been a mess all weekend for Iowa.
And you see Coach Heller come out of the Iowa dugout, and it's time for a pitching change. So that'll do it for Luke Llewellyn. Runners on the corners for Maryland in the 9th. They lead at 6-4. Iowa's going to make a change. We'll be back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
The Terrapins threatening in the top of the 9th to add to their 6-4 lead. Iowa has to go to the bullpen once again. We'll go with Nick Gatilla.
Nick making his 9th appearance on the season, a 3.48 ERA, 10 1/3 innings, 6 hits, 5 runs, 4 of those have been earned, 7 walks, 11 strikeouts. And he'll be a big lefty-on-lefty matchup here to see if he can get Schliger out.
Seems like every time Maryland's kind of had some things rolling, it's been the top of their order that's been able to come up with the table already set for them, huh?
Well, and I think to your point, exactly, that's the bottom of the order has done such a good job. And I'm just kind of looking back, started the rally in the 2nd that got the run, started the rally in the 8th that led to the 3 runs. So, and just done a pretty good job. Hakopian is 2 for 4, but has a walk. Hawks have done a pretty good job getting Orr out. But then Lambros is 2 for 4 with a
killing
walk.
Us.
So, just haven't been able to get the bottom of the order out, and then that means you turn it over to the top. And they've done an okay job against the top until now.
Schliger gets hit by the pitch.
Again.
Up and in, and he's been hit a couple of times today.
Yeah, he got hit last inning.
6 hit batters today, and now the bases are loaded with 1 out. Maryland leading 6-4 in the 9th.
It's just the 2nd hit batter for Gatilla.
And Gatilla's going to come out of the game. Here comes Coach Heller. So he came in for the lefty and lefty matchup, and now Iowa's going to go with a new pitcher for Nick LaRusso, who will be the batter. Bases loaded for the Terps with 1 out. We'll take another pitching change break. We'll be back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/find us.
New pitcher into the game for the Hawkeyes will be Chaz Wheatley. Comes in with the bases loaded and 1 out. And the Terps have the 6-4 lead.
Chaz's probably first real, I guess we'll call it important action. I mean, the weekend game you really need to win. 4th appearance, though, in the season, 2 2/3 innings, giving up 3 hits, 1 run. It was not earned. Walked a batter, struck out 3, and he will need to have a big bucket of water to kind of finish this off here and keep the Hawks within 2 runs.
2 walks in the inning and a hit batter. Has loaded the bases for the visitors. They lead at 6-4 in the 9th. So Wheatley will go out of the windup. Tall right-handed pitcher. And we're ready for the battle between Wheatley and LaRusso. Out of the windup, the pitch from Chaz. Inside corner, called strike.
Just kind of looking back at Llewellyn a little bit, it's interesting sometimes how when the pitcher comes back out for an inning, how difficult it is.
Right.
Just that you kind of think, okay, no big deal. Oof. You kind of think, okay, no big deal. He mowed through that first inning. Let's just roll him out there. It'll be great. Roll him back out that next inning and can't quite get it done.
Just the timing of things, right? 1 ball, 1 strike. Wheatley's ready. The pitch. Ground ball up the middle. Seegers bobbled it. Not going to have a play anywhere. A run scores. 7-4. That took a funny hop, don't you think, John? It was bouncing, and then it just kind of stopped and then lined itself to Michael, and he just couldn't make a play on it.
You get exactly what you need. You get the ground ball up the middle for the 6-4-3 double play to end the inning, and at worse, you don't even get an out at all. You don't even get it flipped to second to be able to get the out. So really tough break there for Iowa, and now you're in. Now your bind is just even bigger.
So Brendan DeRiggi appears to have lost a little something on the field, and something to do with his wrist guard, maybe.
Yeah, he had an equipment malfunction.
Yeah. I've got that all sorted out. Bases loaded still for Maryland. It's 7-4. 1 out for Matt Shaw. First pitch to him. Fouled it back off of the catcher or the umpire. I think the umpire. He took it off his mask. 0-1 is the count.
Which is what all the base runners here accounted for.
Ooh, up and in, almost hit Shaw, and it's ball 1.
Kind of tried to limbo into it, just ended up missing him, but the walks, the hit by pitch, and then the air. Just a tough sequence here in the top of the 9th inning.
1-1 to Shaw. Popped it up, foul, missed it. 1-2. If we go with the high heater, that's a risky move with Shaw, right?
100%. As he got that one, but if you're going to miss there, you want to make sure you're up. Go ahead and show him high fastball, but get it high.
Moss setting up outside the 1-2. Nice slider, but off the plate and away. Ball 2.
Good backhand snag there from Moss. The ball kind of skipped right into him, but good clean grab.
2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. The pitch from Wheatley. Tapped foul in the box. Like what I've seen from Chaz. That was a nice off speed, and Shaw was out in front.
A guy who hasn't really traveled a lot, hasn't been involved a lot, and again, a big spot to bring him back into, and so a lot of trust. He's doing something right here.
2-2 once again into the net next to the Iowa dugout. A lot of pitches in this at bat already. Wheatley's 2-2 delivery. That's up and in, ball 3.
Good news, you can't put the runners in motion.
You would think not yet. With 1 out, Wheatley has to deal a strike to Shaw. Here comes the full count pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him. High heater out of the zone. Shaw went after it. He's out number 2.
Yeah, I don't know if you see Shaw expand his strike zone very often. Went up and tried to get that one, and Wheatley was able to blow the fastball past him. Unfortunately,
1 more out to get.
Yeah, not out of the woods yet, so to speak.
Yeah, with Woods literally coming to the plate. First pitch swinging, tapping it foul to the Iowa dugout on the first base line. 0-1. Good start to get ahead from Wheatley. Bases still loaded. 2 outs. Maryland 7, Iowa 4 in the top of the 9th. Out of the windup, the 0-1 from Wheatley. That's way outside, ball 1.
It's kind of interesting. Almost kind of slings it a little bit, and sometimes that ball, like with Christopherson, when he slings it, he overcooks it and brings it in on the lefty. When Chaz does it, he almost slings it and loses it out. Say that as he almost brings that one inside, but tends to miss more in that right-handed batter's box, miss wide that way. Now he needs to battle back.
2 balls, 1 strike. That's the count to the cleanup hitter for Maryland. Pitch from Wheatley. Outside, ball 3. It's just more on the line here when you have the bases loaded and against a good hitter, and you've got a count that favors that batter. Throw it down the middle and it'd be a problem. 3-1 from Wheatley. Outside corner, called strike. 3-2.
It is funny how batters are less hesitant to just completely flip their bats now, even if they think it's ball 4. But with that pitch clock, they're holding it a little closer to the vest.
Runners get going on the 3-2. Fouled out of play over there down the left field line. We'll do it again.
Guy in first gets a huge jump. Love to see
DeRiggi sneak behind.
Wheatley just step off and fire it right behind him.
Runners going again, the 3-2 into center. Hucksdorf, he's camped under it, and he's got it. So Maryland will leave the bases loaded. They will score 1. Terps lead 7-4. Last chance for Iowa coming up in the bottom of the 9th. Right after this is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Well, it'll be the top of the order for Iowa to try to get back in this one, trailing Maryland 7-4 in the bottom of the ninth. What's it going to take, John? It's just one guy at a time here.
Top of the order, so you're the spot where you want to start. I mean, it's you've got all the guys you trust, and obviously Iowa does a nice job up and down the lineup, but started at the top. You had success getting to Kane yesterday. You were able to hit him just a little bit in the last inning, couldn't capitalize on it, but this is that spot of salvage a weekend, do something cool. This propels you all the way into a season-long run if you can find a way to come back.
Iowa at risk of losing their third straight and losing the series to start conference play. Huckstorf's the batter. First pitch outside for a ball. Kane still the pitcher for Maryland. 1-0 delivery. Huckstorf takes this one for a strike, 1-1. Anthony on deck, DeRiggi to follow. If anybody gets on, Raider Tello will have a crack at it. 1-1 on its way to the Hawkeye center fielder. That's low, ball 2.
Hawks tried to shake up the batting order, just 6 hits today. Done a good job, though, drawn 7 walks. So, had, 13, 14 base runners when you had the hit by pitch, so.
2-1, check swing, did he go? Didn't matter if he went. Called strike.
Actually, I think he just called it anyway.
Oh, okay. 2-2. Either way, 2-2. Pitch on its way home to Huckstorf to start the ninth. Fouled back.
I guess I don't, unless it's 100% obvious as the home plate umpire, I don't know why you don't ask. I mean, because, that's what the first base or third base umpire, that's what their job is.
Right.
And this angle's hard to see what happens.
Hopefully doesn't hurt the Hawks. 2-2. Huckstorf pops it up. Foul territory, right side. First baseman Hakopian will give it chase, but it's well out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2.
Maryland is just 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position. So as bad as this feels.
We've gotten out of a lot of jams, haven't we?
Yeah, it could be a little bit worse.
2-2, Huckstorf drives it right center, carrying well to right, but the right fielder Woods is there to catch it and then back into the wall in the gap. 1 down in the Hawkeye ninth.
It was like an hour or 2 ago that probably ends up down in the parking lot, but the wind's died down a little bit. It's actually a pretty comfortable afternoon for baseball right now. So well struck, but not enough juice to get that direction.
Bases empty for Keaton Anthony. Iowa down by 3 in the ninth. First pitch outside, ball 1. Anthony today with a hit, a run scored, an RBI. He's walked a pair of times as well. Pitch to Anthony. This one is low. 2-0 now. Tying run still in the dugout for the Hawkeyes. Trailing by 3. 2 balls, no strikes. Pitch on its way home to Anthony. That's inside, but called a strike, 2-1. Anthony must have been crowding the plate a bit there.
Yeah, that
looked middle in.
Yeah, that was borderline Broadway there.
3 balls and a strike now after Kane misses upstairs.
If you're Iowa right now, it's just find a way.
Do your 1/9.
Find a way to bring the tying guy to the plate. That's just it. You can't.
3-1. That's ball 4. In the dirt, skipped on its way home. And Brennan DeRiggi will get a shot now.
First baseman, Brennan DeRiggi.
Now you got the tying run on deck.
He's out of the dugout,
yeah,
right?
He's out of the dugout, so you've taken the first step in the comeback. So now you got to take the next one. You need one more car, one more traffic piece out there.
Anthony at first. Here's DeRiggi. First pitch outside. Ball 1.
I love how you have to delay because you don't know if he's going to punch his right hand up all of a sudden. and we're not quite sure.
He kind of hides it, too, from our perspective. Here's the 1-0. DeRiggi will take that one for a strike. 1-1. Brennan awfully selective. That's just kind of the hitter that he is.
He took a fastball and it actually took a curveball, drove it over the right field wall.
All eyes on this one. He'll watch it go by for a ball. 2-1. Tello on deck for the Hawkeyes. He would represent the tying run if DeRiggi can get on. 2 balls and a strike. Pitch. There's a late strike call, but it's in there. 2-2. Anthony with a short lead at first. DeRiggi will look to put it in play. The 2-2. Tapped foul. The on-deck circle to the right.
Really good pitch there. Kind of testing where the bottom of the zone is. Was probably outside of it, but again, 2 strikes, 9th inning. The last thing you want to do is take a walk back to the dugout with your bat in your hand.
Staying alive once again as DeRiggi taps this one. Foul in the box. Trying to figure it out against Kane.
Kane went off speed there, really tried to shake him up, and it's a good piece to toss the bat out at it and make some contact.
2-2. Again, another foul ball. This one deflecting off the umpire. We'll do it again. Come on, Brennan. Find a way. Iowa trailing 7-4, bottom 9. Runner at first with 1 out.
Good gap to hit through there with
see it.
Holding Anthony on first.
2-2. Line drive, left center gap. This one will be caught by the left fielder. 2 down. Hung up too long, didn't it?
Yeah, at first I thought another one of those that I thought would just kind of scoot out to the gap, but that ball really kind of lifted and then just drifted right over to Orr, who was able to make an easy catch. We're still one batter away from some excitement here.
And so now it's up to Tello. Keep the game going. 2 down. Iowa down by 3. Pitch to Rader. First pitch outside. 1-0. A little 2-seam action that tailed away right at the end.
Yeah, go with that.
Tello will watch this go by for a strike. Middle in. 1 ball, 1 strike to the Hawkeye third baseman.
Rader's so much fun to be around. I mean, just a good all-around dude. Swings and misses there as he got fooled by the breaking ball.
That'll be good to be on the road with the guys again. You got Bradley in the midweek next week on Wednesday, and then 3-game set with Indiana in Bloomington. Doesn't get any easier for the Hawkeyes. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pitch, check swing. Did he go? No. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs for the Hawkeyes in the 9th, trailing Maryland 7-4, and at risk of losing the first series of conference play. Pitch to Rader. Popped up, shallow right. Right fielder sprinting forward. Woods is there. He's got it, and that'll do it. Maryland takes game 2, 7-4 over the Hawkeyes. They jumped on Iowa early. Iowa took the lead middle late, and the Terrapins got what they needed in the 8th and the 9th to win this one 7-4. John, a thought on this one?
Free bases and leadoff hitters. I mean, that's Iowa got plenty of free bases, couldn't really take advantage of it. Unfortunately, every time Iowa gave a free base or the leadoff hitter on base, Maryland scored off of it, and that was enough to win.
Iowa now 19-6, 0-2 in the Big Ten. Maryland 17-9, and they are 2-0 in the Big Ten. So the Hawkeyes will try to salvage something from this series and win tomorrow against the Terps. and avoid the sweep. Maryland 7, Iowa 4. We'll be back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Maryland takes game 2 of the series, 7-4, beating the Hawkeyes and effectively winning the series by taking the first pair of games of it. Falco gets the win, Morgan gets the loss, Kane with the save as the Terps win by 3. The top of their order and the bottom of their order really did the damage today. Their 7-hitter was 2 for 4. Their 9-hitter was also 2 for 4. And then the top was really strong. 1 for 4 from Schliger, their leadoff guy. 3 of 5 for LaRusso. And then 2 of 4 from Shaw. So they kind of did the reverse order type of deal where the bottom to the top was really strong. Iowa tried to get things going. Huckstorf, Anthony, and DeRiggi, along with Peterson, they each had a hit, but 2 hits for Cade Moss. He led the way for Iowa offensively, but it wasn't enough. We didn't get our first hit till the 5th inning, John.
Well, and I was just was kind of noticing as you look at the offensive leaders there, you know, LaRusso, the 3 for 5. Peter Schliger was only 1 for 4, but he got hit by 2 pitches. So again, he's on base 3 times. You get Shaw, of course, who's Shaw. Hawks were able to get out 4, 5, 6 a little bit better, but then you got back to that bottom and was really able to do it. And you know, Iowa did a good job getting you know, deep into the bullpen again for not getting a hit until so late in the game. But again, it was just really and probably a story for both teams when you look at it of just missed opportunities. Maryland hit 071 with runners in scoring position, 114. Iowa 1 for 7. Just tough way to win baseball games.
Keaton Anthony got the start for Iowa on the mound. He only got through 1 inning, gave up 2 hits, 2 earned runs. Zach Volker came in and did a nice job. He threw 5 innings. Morgan would follow, then Christofferson, Llewellyn, Gotilla, and Wheatley. But in the end, Maryland takes game 2 of the series 7-4. Joined now by associate head coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, just a general thought on this one today.
We're just not playing killing baseball. I don't know what else to say. You know, Keaton was a little rough in the first inning. He did a good job of minimizing, but you know, he hits a couple guys. You know, we don't make a play on a comebacker. Then Zach really settled things down. Volker did a great job giving us a chance to come back. We didn't do a lot offensively, and you know, you credit Nick Dean. He was doing a good job, and the good thing was we got him out in the 5th, and then we got some things going, and you know, we just didn't capitalize. I don't know what the left on bases things. You know, they left a ton on, we left a ton on, but we had some opportunities. We had a little bad luck. You know, Sam hits that ball up the middle, hits off the pitcher, and it drops right in front of him. That would have been 2 runs at that time. And, you know, just a few of those things, we just didn't have things bounce our way. But at the end of the day, you walk and hit 5, 6 guys in the last 2 innings. You make an error. You know, you're just not going to beat good baseball teams. And unfortunately, that's been the story here the first 2 days.
Do you think that the free bases is becoming a little bit of a mental thing more than a physical thing at this point, Coach?
Yeah, I mean, I guess to a degree, probably.
Like a contagious type of thing?
But like, you know, it's just got to execute. And you know, unfortunately, we just have some guys fighting it, you know, especially on the mound late in games. And I thought, you know, again, Volker was really good. Mark was sharp the first inning. then ran into a little trouble. And then once, he went out, then it was just free bases. And, I thought Louis on the second day battled really hard. But you just can't do those types of things late in a close game, especially after, we get the big home run from Rig, to put us up. We have the bottom of the lineup coming up, and it should just be a situation where, all right, now we're going. And they're a really good team. They keep fighting, and credit to them. But we were our own worst enemy in most of the cases there late in the game.
What's the message to the team now? A few losses in a row, but you can still salvage something from the series tomorrow.
You just got to play. I mean, you just got to keep playing, and I think the message is listen, we all know this. We can't continue to do the types of things that we're doing the last 2 days and think that we're going to be consistent and successful. And, we thought we were kind of getting away with some of that stuff early or over the course of the year and overcoming some things. But you get into the meat of the Big Ten schedule, when you're giving them extra things, things are just going to be pretty tough. You're going to work uphill. They gave us some things. We just didn't maximize it in the way, in the way they did. Just trying to look, we were 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. Things like that that'll just get you beat. We held this 1 for 14. So it's just one of those games, a lot of traffic, didn't get a big hit. I thought, again, Sammy hit a ball, Peterson hit a ball, crushed it into left center, but the wind is the wind, man, and it didn't help him. And, like I said, Honar hits the ball off the pitcher, and, you're hoping you get a carom somewhere, similar to what happened to Brody yesterday, and the ball drops in front of him. The kid had enough awareness to get us at the plate, and, credit to him. But just some of that was luck-related, and you'll have some of that, but man, we can't keep giving up the extra 90s that we are, and until that changes, it's going to be tough, and we got to have some guys step up. Maybe some guys that haven't had the opportunities thus far are going to have to probably get in there and do some things. So you just got to be ready to go tomorrow, and that's about all you can do.
Before we let you go, are you expecting maybe a leader to step forward, somebody vocal in the clubhouse to say, hey, let's turn this around?
Yeah, you hope so, and you hope it starts with Ty tomorrow on the mound, right? You just hope that he gets us off to a good start. It's going to be a similar day to what it was Friday, so we know it's going to be maybe an offensive type of day, but the deal is if you execute pitches, like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If you get stuff up in the zone and get behind guys, that's where the problem lies. So we'll be ready to go, and again, excited about getting Ty out there. He's thrown well the last couple times. So.
Well, looking forward to it. Let's regroup and take him down tomorrow, Coach.
All right. Thanks, John.
Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show from Dwayne Banks this evening. Maryland wins it 7-4. We'll be back with highlights right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Maryland wins Game 2 of the series 7-4. Let's go over some of the highlights from this one. We wish we had a few more to bring to you, but still some exciting plays from this one. Volkers 2-2 in the air to left. Peterson sprinting towards the line. He will dive and got it! But he got it! Peterson diving towards the line.
Pallet.
Here's the 2-2, driven to left center, carrying well. It'll get down. Huckstorf rounding second, headed for third. They're going to send him. Here comes Huck. Here comes the throw. Not in time. Hawks are on the board. RBI double, Keaton Anthony. The 1-1. This one drilled to right. Get going, baby.
Come on.
It is gone. Yes. It is gone. Home run. Brennan Duriggi 6 lead. But Iowa could not hold on to that 4-3 lead that they got in the 7th. Maryland put up 3 in the 8th, 1 in the 9th, and they take it 7-4. Ty Langenberg, he'll be our starter tomorrow. We'll try to win one of the 3 in this series. All right, that'll do it for our broadcast of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. For my great board op down in Jeff City, Michael, thank you very much, Michael. You do a great job as always. My broadcast partner, John Evans. I'm John Leo saying so long from Iowa City. Every day's still a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network, Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.